Kurt, you ready?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dave Cronin, city engineer, and I'm here with city staff members Jenny O'Brien and Dustin Smith from the MSO department here tonight. And we will work alongside Pat Klett, the chair of the Multimodal Transportation Commission meeting, to facilitate tonight's meeting proceedings. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, when you're not participating, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, we may mute or unmute people as needed to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name and title to the benefit of those listening remotely. You can turn your video on and off by clicking on the video icon on the menu. For the purposes of this public meeting, keep your video on when you are participating in the meeting. When you are not participating, it is okay to turn your video off. Just remember to turn your video back on when you are participating. If you are participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom, somewhere on your screen, you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. The individuals who registered in advance to provide public comments remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called upon, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The chair will then call for all in-person public comment. For those who are physically present, staff will direct them to the podium to speak while following social distancing and safety protocols. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, staff will call on each member individually to provide their vote. Staff will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. And now I will turn the meeting over to the MMTC chair, Pat Klett.
Thanks, David. Welcome, everybody. This session tonight has a study session with the discussion on bike theft and security. But before we get started, we need to take roll for the members here.
Charlie Bryan, Gregory Critchlow,
Present.
Courtney Buffington,
Here.
Steve Evans,
Here.
Carol Bowen,
Here.
Nick Kuzmiak, Thomas Allen,
Here.
Aaron Payton, here, Lauren Freeman,
She's no longer on the board.
and Patricia Collette,
Here.
and David Cronin is here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And before we launch into the agenda, I'd like to introduce Court Buffington to you, newest member of the board. Court, would you like to say just a few words about you and your interest in the MMTC?
Happy to be here. Happy to give something back to the city. Hope I'm helpful. Really, I find just about everything it deals with interesting.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the discussion on bike theft and security. I'll turn it back to David. I'm not sure who will start out with the presentation.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. So this is a topic that the MMTC wanted to have a little discussion about. And so we have Sergeant Rob Neff here with the Lawrence Police Department here tonight to help talk about this topic. On the agenda, we've provided some data, the bicycle theft data, going back to 2018 by month. And also, we've shared a link to a similar discussion in Davis, California, regarding bike theft and security. In Davis, California, I believe it's a platinum level bike community, so they are very active in moving forward issues around bicycle safety and bicycle thefts. And so we thought that was a relevant discussion to a similar conversation that I think we wanted to have here tonight. So what we're looking, for the study session is to have a open discussion. On the agenda, we said the purpose is to identify any improvement areas, which may include education or outreach on preventing bike thefts and the importance of owners recording their bicycle serial number in case it's lost or stolen. So Sergeant Neff with the police department can kind of discuss that a little bit, and we're just here to have a open conversation. So I'll turn it over to Sergeant Neff to kind of give an overview of the data, and we'll open up for questions.
All right, I assume everybody got, I think, this is my camera, got something to that effect.
Yeah, it's posted.
It has sort of by year. I think if you want to average out the thefts of bicycles that we have per year, it's roughly 170 bicycles per year. And then what I did is I actually did a more complete study of this year's thefts. We've had 58 total bike thefts this year. And of those 58, we recovered 7. We had only 11 people that actually knew the serial number off of their bike. And then of those 58, only 6 were locked. So that's kind of a general breakdown of the thefts. And I probably just open up to questions if that's right. Did you want anything else, Dave? Questions, or I also have suggestions too, if you want me to go to suggestions.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be helpful to kind of go over a few things that you think are important to the.
Well, I guess I actually watched the Davis, California video that you sent. They have a lot of bicycle thefts compared to us. It's a little, I think they had 600 to 700 bicycles stolen a year, which is a lot. One of the number one takeaways that I can tell the people, I think for education purposes, is we need the serial number. Without a serial number, it's nearly impossible to get somebody's bicycle back. So I think what I would push the most is maybe with people that sell bikes or any place that hands out bike helmets, anywhere there's bicycle events, is to get the serial number. Of course, I think the best way to do it, what I do with all my products is I take a picture of it with my cell phone. So I always have my cell phone with me, and I always have the serial number with me. And I think the second biggest takeaway from all that is to make sure your bicycle is locked. So I think the two big takeaways from this is to get your serial number and to lock your bicycle. So that's what I would recommend the most. Then I'm up for questions.
Yeah,
Sound a little high.
Dave Cronin's the engineer. We're also just for everyone's that's online, invited Stephen Mason on the call. He's assists our Parks and Rec department with bicycle education, and so he's here to be part of the conversation. And so if you have any questions for him, feel free to throw them his way. And then Margarita DeVries with KU Parking and Transit has also logged on for the discussion. So Margarita, thanks for attending for KU. I know they're important to this conversation as well. So overall, we provide a lot of the background info, and so hopefully the commissioners have taken a chance to view the video from Davis, California, and have some thoughts that maybe you have regarding this topic of conversation. We've had a member of the public who's had their bike stolen a few times, and we updated the agenda with that correspondence as well. And so if there's any thoughts or discussion that commissioners want to have, we'll just turn it over for any questions or discussions at this time. Thanks.
I do have a question. When Okay, so for any commercial development in the city, and please understand, I'm new here and there's a lot I don't know. I'm going to probably learn every day what I don't know. I know when there's new development, things like the size of the building, what it's used for, has requirements for the parking lots. Are there any requirements in city code for bicycle racks?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. In the city's development code, there is a criteria for the number of bicycle parking that development is to provide using bicycle racks. So there are some code requirements based off of the development. So I think there's a standard minimum as well. But yes, there is code criteria.
Thanks, Dave.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Court, I'd like to add, just for a little history lesson here, this is actually a pretty recent development. So in somebody maybe help remember here, was it maybe September? It was probably late 2019 when Planning Commission sent to MMTC a couple of potential revisions to Article 9 of the Land Use Code, which was going to be parking access and loading standards. Among them were bike parking standards revisions that went from pretty minimal bike parking requirements to some interesting changes, such as separating short-term and long-term spots, requiring covered spots, and changing up the geometry of bike stalls to be required. So we convene a sort of committee to discuss the potential changes and provide MMTC input on that. And I believe if I recall correctly, I think we agreed with all the changes, but maybe push back a little bit on providing more long-term spaces than short-term spaces for things like schools, where most users would be long-term users. So that's just kind of an update for you. I believe all those did get approved by the city commission sometime in maybe early 2020. While I have the floor, may as well. I had a quick question for Sergeant Neff about the idea of serial numbers. So I understand that it's important to have your bike registered, so there is a direct number that you can tie back to the bike that you own. But I guess I'm wondering if does that basically mean that when you call LPD, you say, hey, this is my bike, this is my serial number. Is a make, model, color, general condition, and style of accessories not good enough to identify your bike as a unique bike? I'm just kind of, mine is like, there are no other bikes like mine as far as I know. So I'd be surprised if it would take a serial number to truly make it a unique bike. So there must be something I'm missing here on serial numbers.
With most of the time there is, for example, in my report, I think there are 8 different Trek bicycles. So there's most bicycles are fairly common. There's Huffy, Murray, Trek, Schwinn. So for most of the bikes that are stolen, it'll probably take more than just color, make, model, and such. But for some unique, I can tell you, for one unique bicycle, it was a tricycle. Mm-hmm. And the way it was recovered is somebody recognized the bicycle because it was a trike. So that does happen.
Excuse me, MMTC. Thanks for the clarification. I did need some reminding that yes, there are some bikes that you do see everywhere. Everybody's got a next power climber, it seems. So it sounds like then, with serial numbers, that's sort of the surefire way to make sure that a recovered bike is yours. Whereas with locking, it seems like that's a little bit more surefire as a way to deter theft. But at the spot I live in over here in East Lawrence, I've heard from people who've been here a long time that bike theft is unfortunately common, even with locked up bikes that are outside. Do you have any indication of maybe more geographic breakdown of where thefts are? If there are any places that are maybe more prone?
Yes, I can tell you that most of the bikes are stolen from the downtown area, just off to the East Lawrence and also the Oriad neighborhood. Pretty much where it would be a lot of walking and bicycling type community area.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. So unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to view the Davis, California video, but as you said, there are significantly more bike thefts there, and their population is maybe only 60% of Lawrence. So I wonder, are bike thefts just related to amount of bikes? I know, for example, stolen cars, I think some of the most stolen cars out there, like the Honda Civic, the Ford Explorer, just very common cars, also happen to be the most stolen cars. So I wonder if there's just, the opposite of strength in numbers.
I'm not sure about that. Like I said, what's nice about cars is they all have a VIN or a license plate, and those are actually very commonly recovered.
This is Pat Collette, Chair of MMTC. Sergeant Neff, with the serial numbers, in one of the letters that we received about this, and it was an individual who's had bikes stolen, and he indicated that he had the serial number and have offered it, but the police department said they didn't need that, just the description. So if the serial number is available, that's typical to use that to recover the bike?
Yes, that should not have happened. So they should always get the serial number if it's available.
I noticed that the distribution, May and September were really big months, and I wondered if that had to do with KU students, but you're saying, so KU students moving in September, moving out in May, and whether there was any correlation there. But if the majority of the thefts are downtown and East Lawrence, that doesn't seem to be necessarily the case. I mean, there's certainly warmer months and people are biking, but so that may drive part of it. Do you have any sense of that in terms of what's happening in May and September as opposed to June and July?
Yeah, I think if you check the chart, basically as it warms up, bikes start getting stolen.
Right.
And it sort of peaks. It peaks in the summer, and then as it gets cold, it goes back down. So it really has to do with the weather, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. Sorry, I have a lot of questions. I kind of have a personal interest in this because I've had a lot of bikes stolen over the years, not in Lawrence. So just out of curiosity, I think Mr. Thornborg in his public comment noted that there's probably a decent amount of people who don't report bike thefts. Obviously, there's no way to know for sure what the percentage is, but just based on your kind of experience, either Sergeant Neff or Stephen, do you guys have any idea of how many unreported bike thefts might be going on here too?
Well, I think that would be very difficult to calculate because they didn't report it. Yeah, I couldn't answer that.
Yeah.
I would say that is one thing that I have dealt with, through Parks and Recreation, is there is that little bit of hesitancy to make the report. But I think that kind of leaves you at a standstill. You've got to take that step to get that process started. And, like Officer Neff mentioned, we can't guess at how many haven't been reported. And so that's one that I do strongly encourage anytime I have people asking me those questions, either at education events or here at the rec center. You've got to make that report to have any chance.
And if I could add, Sergeant Neff, sorry, Police Department again, and you can actually make that report over the phone. We don't even have to come out. You can do it all over the phone.
Excuse me, MMTC. Thanks for the clarification. I can understand that. One final question before I cede the floor. Sorry, guys. Do you have any data on what locks were used? I've had a lock clip before, but then I switched up to U-locks and I've never had that problem again. So I'm curious if there are any locks that are maybe a little bit more unbeatable. Could we maybe advise people to get a certain lock if they want to have a better chance of not getting their bike stolen?
Well, I could tell you of the ones, there were 6 that were locked, and I want to say about half were chain locks, and some of them were U-bolts.
So it is possible to cut a U-bolt. Those have got to be some huge bolt cutters. Good to know.
I don't think they actually, I think what you do is you put a piece of pipe on the end of it and you can break it that way.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Gregory Critchlow with MFTC Commission. In my experience, especially as a bike shop owner, the biggest thing with bike theft is the actual lock. When you sell a bike, that's an investment. And then when you try to get that same customer to purchase a lock with it, a quality lock that will have some insurance behind it, that's at least $45 to $55, right? And so for some people, that's just not worth that investment until unfortunately the bike gets stolen. And so I've seen some instances where people say they have it locked, but it's a cable lock. And you can cut those with basically a wire cutter that we cut wires to do your gearing with on a bike. And so a lot of the theft just comes from the unfortunate expense of a quality lock. I know some of the U-locks that can be broken quite easily. You can buy those U-locks for $15 to $20. They've actually changed the lock mechanism because you used to be able to pick it with a Bic pin and stick it in there and turn it a certain way and then come right open. Or as the Sergeant has said, you can break it with a pipe pretty easily. So a lot of it is just the lock investment. And then in terms of the first comment about development, yes, it's great to have the quantity understanding of how many bike racks are being placed at a certain development based on parking ratio. But I think there should also be a manipulation of the visibility of that bike parking. Because a lot of times you'll see bikes being stolen in parking garages because there's no visibility or eyes on the rack itself. And so it just makes it a little bit more easy for that opportunity to happen in terms of that. And so, and I'm not familiar with the current zoning and how that is separated, but I think the visibility should also be part of where the bike rack should be as well.
This is Steve Evans. I'll jump in with a couple of questions here. My first one, if I heard the Sergeant correctly, I think I heard get your bike registered. If that's correct, how do you register your bike in Lawrence?
Well, actually, Sergeant F, the police department, there is no registry in Lawrence. There used to be. We don't do that anymore. All you really need to do is keep track of your serial number yourself. And then we put that into NCIC, which is the national database for stolen bicycles. And that's the best place to get that serial number.
Okay, good. My question regarding the stolen bikes, and this may not be data that you all have, I'm curious if a large percentage of the stolen bikes were actually in bike racks or, tied up to a pole or laid down on the street somewhere. Do you have any information or instincts about that?
Yeah, Sergeant F, the police department, again, I did the 58 reports this year. Many of them were taken off of porches and balconies of apartment complexes. People think a lot of times, I think by just putting it on the inside of their railing, it's safe. Whereas we all know a bicycle weighs maybe 20 pounds and they get lifted out. A lot of them are taken out of open garages. And then sometimes if people just lean it up against a tree, run into a business, and then they come back out and it's gone.
And so this can really happen any time of day in
Yes.
daylight, just,
It's a very random crime.
Okay. Well, I didn't, unfortunately, I'll go back and look at the Davis information that you all sent out, but I spent 3 days in Davis, several years ago. I think 2016, right after I became part of this board. And if Lawrence could only strive to be comparable with Davis, California, that would be huge. And I think Nick made the point. I'm not sure how fair it is to compare Lawrence to Davis with the number of bikes per capita, and Davis compared to Lawrence has got to be a big number, a much different, a big delta. But it is interesting, though, to see a place like that with a culture that's been growing, since 1967. I think they had their first bike lane. A culture that really revolves around biking and walking, and the whole city infrastructure is based on that. So I'm really surprised with that kind of an attitude and culture that there are that many bike thefts. So that's pretty much a comment, but Davis is a really cool place for bikers, including the university, which has a huge bike share program. I'll pass the baton to somebody else.
Yeah, this is Pat Collette, Chair MTC. Sergeant Neff, I was also, you mentioned about, how people can report and they can do that over the phone. And Is there any outreach from the police department in terms of informing the general public about serial numbers and about how to report bike thefts? Do you know if there's been anything that's been
Yeah,
systematic that way? Or
Yeah, Sergeant Neff again. Not lately. I tell you, ever since COVID hit, there hasn't been a whole lot of
Yeah.
public campaigning or outreach. But we used to have bicycle fairs, and we'd go out to events and promote that safety with your bicycle. But I tell you, ever since COVID hit, there hasn't been much.
Yeah, I was just wondering about maybe like social media and some of those kind of stuff, especially with, being in the summer and the students coming back and everything, whether that would be reasonable to do some social media targeting that issue.
I will suggest it to our PIO.
Okay, great, thank you. And I think the lead into that, I'd like to hear from Stephen. I know that he does a lot of bike education through Parks and Rec, and kind of, fill us in on, what you guys are doing and have done, and how the bike safety issue plays in for bike security, really, how that plays into your programs.
So we do have youth camps here through Parks and Recreation. We do have an adult class. We did have an adult class. We'll bring that back. Mostly we have focused on that locking up your bike for people who have locks already. So we focus on, making sure that you're looped through front wheel, definitely both wheels if possible, the types of things that are easy to detach from the frame and kind of walk off with. Vice versa, don't lock up just your front wheel, they'll take the rest of the bike with you. As far as tracking serial numbers, how those reports are made to the police, that isn't something that we have focused on in the past. I think that's certainly a curriculum change that we can make in Parks and Recreation. I think that there are plenty of other community outlets that would be able to serve that function. I can kind of put on two hats here. I'm also part of the Lawrence Central Rotary Club that does the community bike ride every summer. We hand out bicycle helmets to the public. We have a training wheel takeoff. It's one of those types of events that Sergeant Neff was talking about. It's a community event. We just need to start promoting that and rolling that into what's there. I know that there are other areas in the community where we could expand as well. We do have a great cycling education unit in all of the elementary schools at this point, and we do work with them on various pieces getting that started. We could reach out to them, see if that could be included in the curriculum. And just earlier today, I was invited to a community event at the Housing Authority that we could certainly promote that type of, not just those first early on, how to ride in traffic, making sure that you have your helmet, but also how to keep your bike, take care of it, make sure that it's still there and still usable when you need it. So I think it's an area that we have room to grow, and we could certainly do that.
Great, thank you. Gregory, you mentioned the issue of basically affordability of bike locks for everyone, and that may be a barrier to some people having bike locks at all, or ones at least that are effective. Has there ever been a program? I know that there have been different, kind of giveaway programs, certainly with helmets, but bike lights and that kind of thing. Has there ever been any discussion about the possibility of bike locks, of providing bike locks for people who maybe can't afford them?
Gregory Kurtzow, MMTC Commissioner. Usually that happens at the bike co-ops, the nonprofit bike shops, where you do an earn a bike. And part of that program is you work on the bike, you earn the ownership of the bike. And with that, they usually will include a helmet and a bike lock, and give you some of the ins and outs of that bike lock. But again, it's usually the lower end bike lock at that point. And so a lot of it is about visibility, looking at really being aware of where you're locking that bike. So for instance, if you're going into a retail establishment, if the bike rack is on the back side of it, is that the best place to lock it, or is there another place within that area that is more visible. Sometimes that might be a street sign or something like that, which is unfortunate. But the visibility is also a key too. It's not just about being on a bike rack, but it's also visibility. But in terms of just giving away a lock, I've seen programs, and we've worked with other co-ops that they will include a lock with the Earn a Bike program.
Court Buffington, MMTC. I think this, for anyone who knows, but probably Sergeant Neff, has there been any analysis on the bicycle thefts to determine what the typical value is of them? Because, a bicycle value will range anything from, $100 to as much as you want to pay for one. Is there any correlation with the bikes that get stolen and the value of them?
Oh, Sergeant F again. No, I don't. I think it's pretty random and whatever bike is easiest to get.
Is that something the police will take down in a report? Do you record the value?
Yes, we do.
Thanks.
This is Steve Evans. I've got one more question. Who's stealing the bikes? Can you answer that with any kind of certainty? Is there a typical thief, or is it your next door neighbor that's stealing your bike?
Sergeant Neff again. If I knew that, I could catch them all. So that I do not know. It's fairly random. So, but yeah, the thieves are stealing them.
But you've caught people, right?
We have. And actually the easiest way to catch people, and actually I stop a lot of people on bicycles. Sorry, my camera fell down off the monitor, so I can't get it back up. We stopped, I'll give you a good example. 2 nights ago, about 2 weeks ago, we stopped 2 people on bicycles right around 8th and Arkansas. One of them had been spray painted gray. So we knew it was probably stolen, but we ran the serial number. It was negative. So we had to let it go. So we actually stopped a lot of people on bicycles and could recover a great deal more if we just knew serial numbers. I don't know how I can stress that enough. We have to know the serial number because they get spray painted.
This is Margreta DeFries from KU Transportation Services. I'm sort of curious because I remember the registration program, Sergeant Neff. How long has it been since you did that? And there was a comment here that somebody just registered bicycles a few days ago. And so he's wondering if that has actually been reinstated. But is there a particular reason why you aren't registering bicycles anymore?
No, and actually I think that, I want to say, Dave, did you send me who sent me it might have been Steven, there's a nationwide registration program that somebody sent me that actually sounded like a pretty, and I think it was free for the basic service.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronst, the engineer. We're looking online and there's a new website. I don't know if it's new, but it's new to us, called bikeindex.org, I believe. We noticed that Topeka was using it, and I think they have different subscription services for different levels of their software package. But in essence, it's similar to a registration type mechanism where you can record and take a picture of your bike and put that data into their website. But I think your question was how long the city's registration for bikes has been. I think it's been many years, and my understanding is that the stickers are still, we still have the stickers for that, but it's, in these days with online registration and other ways, I think there's a lot of staff time that would go into registering bicycles with the police department, and then it's to make it mandatory would be a challenge as well, I would imagine. So there might be some options out there.
That was just a curiosity question because I've lived here my whole life and registered multiple bicycles that were stolen but never recovered. From the KU perspective, I don't know how much of the data records KU bicycles, and I did not think to go look at KU bike theft data. But there's been discussion on campus for many years about how to register bicycles since the city's not doing it anymore. And since there's a significant amount of theft on campus, and we've been exploring how to do that in the parking software, where people can just go in and register their bikes for no charge. It's like buying a permit, but you just put in your bike info. And I think that we've actually gotten that functional, but we haven't really advertised it yet since that all happened right as COVID was starting.
This is Pat Collette, Chair MMTC. That was kind of my question or thought, since the staff time required for stickers and that kind of thing. And as I remember when that happened, there still wasn't a lot of, it was 50 cents, I think, but you had to go down to the courthouse maybe, or you had to go downtown somewhere to get it. And the compliance wasn't that great. People just, not very many of the bikes were registered. But you mentioned that, the online possibility, and if some sort of portal were developed that people could self-register and have that database so that those serial numbers would be in there. I would, there still would be some staff time in terms of maintaining that, but I wonder if that would be a solution. Or Margreta, is that the one that's been developed at KU? Is that something that could be opened up to the public or not?
I don't know the answer to that. That was something that I just thought of today, like that question myself, and it is not the right time of year for that discussion since student parking permits are on sale.
Right.
But it's certainly something that we could discuss, or maybe it gets added to parking software everywhere. I don't know, but it's certainly something that can be a topic for a future conversation.
And Dave, what do you think in terms of, the potential for developing some sort of software like that, or some portal for registering bikes that would just record, you could save a picture and your contact information and your serial number, description of the bike. Would that be something that you've seen other applications for, that this might be a possibility within the city?
This is Dave Cronus, the engineer. I mean, we're open to options. So we just, as we've been doing a little bit of research on this topic, just mentioned it to Rob last week, and we haven't looked into in depth any software packages that are already developed online, but it seems like those would be maybe geared towards, that's already set up, and it's something that we could probably implement. But we would need to obviously work on it with the police department, make sure they're comfortable with whatever we do. And but it's certainly an option, I think, that's out there and would be better accessible than the sticker system of the old days, and maybe just as important to be able to get registered. But whether or not you use a system or not, just the bottom line from our discussing this with Sergeant Neff is having that serial number. So even these systems, you can go in and input your serial number and a picture, and it helps, but that serial number is really the key. So that's the first easiest step, I think, is what we've want to communicate. But
Court Buffington,
Yeah.
NMTC. All right, I'll be quick. So a lot of good discussion here. I don't know how expensive this would be, but thinking about things like the Rotary Community Bike Ride, the Lawrence Bicycle Club, and Mountain Bike Club events that bring in hundreds of people different times a year, the education program in our elementary schools. My daughter attended that one of those this year. Just something, to do, to have a presence, whether that be something Parks and Rec could do, something our police department could do. Well, just throw out my idea. If there had been an officer or two that came to one day of my daughter's week of the bicycle stuff at school. If there had been an officer or two that showed up with a little card with some information you could fill in about your bicycle that had Lawrence Police Department written on it, and she's a pretty typical kid, I can promise you she'd have brought a handful of them home and gone out and done that for all of the bicycles we have, even if it's just something you can fill out and keep yourself. I don't know what the cost would be to that, but if I were at a local bicycle event and there was a table set up and people handing it out and I didn't remember if I'd put that somewhere where I would remember it, I would probably pick up a card. I know my kid would. So there might be some easy things we can do, some low hanging fruit to try to get those serial numbers recorded. And one of my concerns with an online system is if I'm a savvy bike thief, I can also go register the bike I just stole. And if someone else hasn't registered it first, who's going to dispute?
Yeah, Tom Allen, MMTC. So I really appreciated the bikeindex.org site. And one thing I was thinking about in this conversation of being connected to how Topeka is using things, I wonder if we also want to do some sort of regional analysis of how different communities are trying to register their bicycles, knowing that if we all had some sort of shared vision, that maybe when students move from Lawrence to Topeka or Lawrence to Kansas City, if you're already in that system. And then I think that on the bikeindex.org website, I think it already kind of has our buckets of target areas too. So it has bike shops, cities, schools, and community groups. And so not only thinking of like what the regional partners could be for some sort of system like this, but also then once maybe we have some of the major players like the university, the city, bike shops and schools, sort of like sitting down together, community groups, then maybe we could decide the more efficient way to create some sort of database so that we're just all doing the same thing. And so that we're reinforcing each other's message. So thank you.
Carol Bowen, MMTC Commissioner. Do we have any idea where these bikes are going when they're stolen? Do they stay local or do they leave town? Is there an organized effort?
Sergeant Neff with the police department. If I had to guess, they're all staying local. But that's a guess. I don't have any science on that one, but
okay, now my next thought is everything we're thinking up is rather passive. What about video cams in the downtown area? Could they be used to track some of the bicycle theft? And are there things like alarms? We have car alarms. Are there bike alarms?
Sergeant Neff again, I don't know anything about bicycle alarms.
Very good, Critchlow, MMTC. There is equivalent to the technology they used to call low jack cars, where you would put a chip in a bike or in a car to follow its path. You can do the same thing for a bike. Again, I don't know how effective it is in terms of recovery, because by the time it's gone, it's pretty far out of the range of recovery. But it's not necessarily an alarm, but you can have the ability to follow it.
I have a bicycle sitting in my garage with a cellular radio and a SIM card in it. I can track where it is all the time as long as that someone doesn't remove the battery from it. So the technology is coming. It's not commonplace today, but it is coming.
This is Pat Collette, Chair, MMTC. I think a couple of other things kind of on the engineering side. Well, first of all, one thing that I read was that, even really heavy duty locks, people are using the battery powered side grinders and can go right through a lot of locks that we think are pretty secure. And the second thing that I saw online was that some cities are moving to bike racks, and they're kind of targeting it to like e-bikes, but they work for any kind of bike where the lock is integrated into the bike rack, controlled by an app, and it locks it up. And if you have an e-bike, there was an optional, an add-on to that. But of course, I'm sure that I didn't see any cost, but I'm sure that those costs are much greater than just your typical, bike racks. But, hopefully, that might be something long-term that would be a possibility, because the other thing about all of that is that, the lock you use is only as good as the weight that you're willing to carry. So some of those really good locks are very heavy, and a lot of cyclists don't want to, that's why they use the cable locks, because, it winds up on the handlebars and it's not a lot of weight, but, people are averse to, bringing along a heavy lock. And so then they're particularly vulnerable.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner, what are the consequences for stealing a bike?
Sergeant F, the police department. Most bicycles, anything under $1,500 is a misdemeanor. So you would get a notice to appear for theft.
Steve Evans again. Seems to me that prevention is the best answer overall. And been a lot of discussions about locks and what works and how expensive they are. But I do think that you could probably go to Walmart and buy a lock that would work on a bike or just about anywhere. But the bike shops seem to be very community oriented businesses. And I think there'd be an opportunity there for the bike shops, and maybe they do this. Gregory could probably answer this question better than anybody, but demonstrations on what a $50 bike lock would handle versus a $15 bike lock. And if somebody's buying a $500 bike somewhere, they might think a couple of times about a little bigger investment. But I just think all the technology, I think registration makes sense, but somehow I agree with Pat, maybe there's some technology with bike racks and tracking and apps that could be coming down the road. I know the bike share programs have, various ways to handle that. That I've seen in cities that I've gone to with bike share programs. But seems the key to me, if we're really going to make a difference, we just got to get into prevention here, as much as, some overreaching policy or approach to tracking bikes that have been stolen. And the big question is how. I mean, I don't have the answer to that, but it seems like it would be a key to me to do that.
This is Pat Collette, Chair. There are some really good materials, and I think Stephen uses those in his education programs, but we had put on an event, well, it's been 4 or 5 years ago now, up on Daisy Hill for incoming freshmen to attend. And so it was like bike skills, but it was also, then we had a station set up with bike locks and the various types of locks and how to best secure your bike. And I think the more that can be done in terms of communicating that and how to properly secure it, so they don't walk off with the bike and leave your front wheel there, or vice versa, take the front wheel off your bike. But so I don't know, Stephen, are those the materials that you're using now in the education programs from League Cycling instructor program?
They're mostly from the League of American Bicyclists. Yes.
Yeah.
And they do great graphics that are available to League certified instructors, and it's a great resource for us to use.
and maybe that would be something that Parks and Rec and their social media also could help with in terms of, using some of those graphics and doing, public information to go out in social media to convey how important it is to lock your bike up and and the correct way to do it. I mean, I'm just trying to think of all the ways that information could get out to a variety of populations, but through the police department and maybe Parks and Rec and others.
This is Margareta DeFries from KU Transportation Services. That event Pat was just talking about was really good and one that we hope to do again in the future, but not something we're doing this year since there's so much other stuff going on with pandemic.
It took a lot of effort and a lot of people to put it on, but I think for the people who participated in it, it was really valuable, but it did take a lot of human resource power to to get that going. Okay, I think any other comments from the group? I kind of made a note of some of the comments and some of the follow-up that we might be able to do, and one was to review the city code, mentioning the details of bike parking and placement and that kind of thing, to see if there are any elements of that might benefit improving security, investigating some sort of online portal registration, and like Tom mentioned, reviewing that in the context of other regional partners, with the possibility that we might be able to, to do that efficiently and not duplicate services. The education piece, really, looking for opportunities to expand that either through, through the events, the community events, and also, the Parks and Rec will continue that. And then the bike lock education and purchase system. The question was asked about video cameras. I think Carol mentioned that, and I wonder, Sergeant Neff, I don't know if I heard the answer to that, whether that any of the downtown cameras are used in terms of reviewing those in a bike theft situation, or does that ever come into play?
It is not that I know of.
Okay. Is there a barrier to doing that?
Well, I think people are a little cautious about having cameras watch them all the time and the whole Big Brother kind of system. So I would just use caution, using it for criminal use instead of just traffic and traffic safety. That's the camera system was designed for traffic safety. Number one.
Thank you. We have someone asking for public comment. I see Michael Almon's hand raised. Would you like to make a comment, Michael?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Patricia. This is Michael Almon with Sustainability Action Network. One of our programs is bicycles and multimodal transportation. So this issue is very interesting. I find one of the most important things that you all said in your discussion was by Commissioner Evans, that prevention is the key. I mean, there's all kinds of things that have been discussed here this evening about after the fact, and having the burden on the bicyclists themselves. But Commissioner Collette mentioned several things, and other commissioners did too, and I'd like to emphasize some of those things that you as a commission can act on and can initiate. The downtown camera issue, I think, is very interesting, considering what Officer Neff has said. And we can ask Jessica Mortinger here, but when there was a discussion about there was a big study about locating bicycle parking downtown, specifically downtown, it was clearly stated that one of the main criteria for choosing locations was that there were cameras that could shine on those bicycle parking spaces. So if that was one of the stated purposes, why are the police not using it? I don't buy that argument. I mean, they were put there for that reason, according to the MPO. And I'd like Jessica maybe to answer that too. But then also kind of related to that, Commissioner Critchlow said that visibility is one of the keys, and that's absolutely right. I mean, when Chair Collette mentioned that, locks can be broken with grinders, and somebody, I can't remember who, said that you could put a pipe. Oh, the officer said you could put a pipe on some of these locks and break them. That's not going to happen in a bicycle rack that's right next to the front door of a grocery store. It's too visible. All bicycle parking in the city by code should be required to be at the entryway, and not just for theft prevention. This is something that Sustainability Action has mentioned, oh gosh, for years and years, that so often, and this is something that comes under the purview of the Planning Commission, but the Multimodal Transportation Commission wants to collaborate with the Planning Commission. This is a good way to do it. We've advocated that bicycle parking requirements in the code should put the parking as close to the entrance of the destination as possible. And the reason we've said over the years is that if we're trying to incentivize bicycles, it should be made as convenient as possible, more convenient than driving a car. If we can put handicap parking near the door, we can put bicycle parking near the door. So this is one more reason with the visibility to prevent theft. And then I really like the suggestion, I think it was Chair Collette. Somebody talked about using bicycle racks that have an integrated lock, like is used for bike rentals. If the city put in bicycle parking everywhere that the city has bicycle parking, not necessarily private, but the city ones, if all those bicycle parking racks had integrated locks and somebody broke one of those locks to steal a bicycle, that would be a capital crime, not a misdemeanor. So that'd be one more, ratchet up the disincentives for stealing bicycles. So all of these things, you've talked about them tonight. I think it would be really good, and I'm glad that Chair Collette is making notes about this. Follow up on this, have staff look into these things, initiate something with the Planning Commission. The bicycle rack, I think, would be through the multimodal transfer, through the municipal services operations. So please look into these very real potential solutions. I think that'd be great, and I appreciate the discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Michael.
Excuse me. John Thornburg, I don't know how to put my hand up. I'd like to make a public comment.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Please make your comments.
I apologize. I've never spoken on Zoom before, and I don't know how to put my hand up. I comment via chat, and chat was disabled a half an hour ago. I'm disappointed in that. I initiated this whole thing and I provided the link to the Davis committee meeting where they discussed this whole thing. And I'm a little disappointed that apparently very few of you looked at that. And chances are you didn't read my communications. I'm also disappointed that the gentleman from the police department is not aware that the bike registration program still works, that you have to go all the way out now to West Lawrence, and in the new building, there is not surprisingly, there's no public bike parking. Now, I apologize for my tone and for interrupting. I appreciate it if chat were enabled.
Thank you. Other comments from commissioners?
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. I'd just like to point out that though I do agree that the front of the business or the establishment is probably the best place for a bike rack, it's by no means foolproof. I had my welcome to Philadelphia moment sometime back in 2005 when a brand new bike that I had just gotten, well, brand new to me, was stolen in broad daylight in front of the busiest part of campus, at the cafeteria, at the front door. I came out, I was flabbergasted. I had used the chain lock, probably my mistake. I was not used to the big city, but it's not perfect, unfortunately. So, but it's definitely better than a back alley for sure.
Also, I think there was a question directed to Jessica about the bike cameras. Did you have any comment on that?
Yeah, Jessica Martin, your transportation planning manager. I recall in what I think Mr. Almon was referring to when we did our 2016 bicycle parking inventory of downtown and our assessment about bicycle parking needs, which is posted on our website under our bicycle planning tab for the Metropolitan Planning Organization. But we evaluated the capacity of all the bicycle parking places, but we also visited with Downtown Lawrence Inc. at one of their meetings and talked to them about some of their employees' concerns about parking bikes. And one of the things that they had said about cameras is that there were private cameras, not owned or operated by the city, but by private businesses that sometimes catch things where the police then come to seek video from them that they turn over for those sorts of things. I don't know if that's something Rob can speak to, but there's a difference, I think, in some of that based on public or private video and whose device is capturing what. I don't specifically recall a conversation about placing bicycle parking in relation to where city cameras are located. We specifically had that conversation with business owners in relation to their security cameras. But we've done an extensive amount of work. Before chat was disabled, I also had posted for you the Article 9 ordinance and amendment that has the current standards for long-term and short-term bicycle parking. And so there's, to answer some of that conversation, you can go through and see what some of those requirements are on private site development.
Oh, great. Thank you. Take a look at that. All right. We're right at 6 o'clock or just a little after. So I think we are pretty much at the end of the discussion, but I think we do have a laundry list of items to follow up on. And if we need to, we can bring this back as another study session, or if there's enough work to be done, that possibility of a subcommittee that could work on, looking at each of these items and providing a report back. So we'll take a look at that and have a discussion with Dave about, how best to address that on the agenda, and really push through with this fall. Keep working on this and see if we can do anything to influence the numbers of bike thefts and recovery. So Thanks, Sergeant Neff, for being here, and Stephen and Margaretta. We appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. And I think we'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 6:15. Thank you, everyone.
video. Oh, there's Pat.
Yeah, I think it just got fixed.
There we go.
Okay, I think, looks like we have just about everyone back. Yeah, so we'll call the regular meeting of MMTC August 2nd to order. The first thing we'll do is ask for the roll to be called.
Right. Charlie Bryan. Gregory Critchlow.
Here, present.
Court Buffington.
Here.
Steve Evans.
Here.
Carol Bowen.
Here.
Nick Kuzmiak.
Here.
Tom Allen.
Here.
Erin Payton.
Here.
Patricia Collette.
Here.
And David Cronin is here. All right. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, the first item on the agenda is to approve the July 7th meetings, which were attached to your packet. Has everyone had a chance to review? And if so, are there any recommendations for modifications or corrections? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
This is Steve. Maybe we should take turns doing this.
That's right. You always have to do it, don't you?
Yeah, I kind of pause and I'm like, oh, I can't hold my breath any longer. I move that the meeting minutes from July be approved.
It's really one of the easiest things we do. So
I know.
Okay, how about a second? Can I have a second?
Tom Allen.
Who was that? Oh, Tom Allen. Tom Allen and seconded. All in favor, she's going to call the roll for approval of the minutes.
Oh. Hold on a second. It's not giving, I'm sorry. It is not giving me a roll call. Let me see if I can, my apologies. This is my first time doing this.
Try to read them off the screen,
I'm sorry?
off of the Zoom screen.
Okay, I'll just do that. Nick Kuzmiak. Approve?
Aye.
You could just, how about if we just do a hand raise?
Let's do it.
Erin Payton. Okay, approve. Gregory Critchlow. Approve. Steve Evans, you've made the motion. Patricia Collette. Court Buffington. Tom Allen. And did I get everyone? Yes, I did. All right, motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone in person to make a comment?
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. There is no one in person to make a public comment.
Okay, thank you. Michael Almon, calling you to make your public comment.
All right, thank you very much. Michael Almon with Sustainability Action Network. I have an announcement. Although first I wanted to thank Jessica Mortinger for correcting me about those downtown cameras. Yeah, the announcement, the Sustainability Action Network for the third year now will be holding an electric vehicle showcase on the 25th of September. It's part of the National Drive Electric Week. And the show this year is going to be in South Park. And it will be in conjunction with the Rev It Up Hot Rod Hullabaloo, which some of you may be familiar with. We're, we typically have quite a range of passenger cars, electric vehicles, but we have a few surprises in the works that we're working on that we hope to have some different kind of vehicles there. And if you know of anybody who wants to be in the show with an electric car or electric bicycle, we've had electric bicycles in the show and we definitely want to have those too. So if you know of anybody, or if any of you here have an electric car, just get in touch with me. I don't want to give out my email address in the public forum, but I think most of you know what it is. So hopefully y'all can attend one way or the other. Thanks a lot. Oh, it's from 8 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon on a Saturday, the 25th of September. Thanks.
What, could you repeat that date again?
25th of September.
25th, okay. Great,
Yeah, Saturday.
All right, great. Yeah, I thought you said the 25th and then I thought I heard the 20th. So I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised for public comment. So we'll move on to the agenda items under D. And the first item on that agenda is to consider recommending a preferred concept for the multimodal transfer facility at Bob Billings and Crestline, and a preferred concept for downtown transit improvements. I'll turn that over to, I'm assuming, Adam.
Yeah, I'll start. So hi everyone, I'm Adam Weigel, Transit Parking Manager at City of Lawrence, and happy to bring to you all tonight concepts for the Multimodal Transfer Facility project. This is the next step for us following a couple months of public engagement that some of you all have been involved with. So this group last saw a presentation about this topic in June. We had a joint study session with the Public Transit Advisory Committee and talked through concepts for the primary facility site as well as downtown improvements. And there have been some adjustments to that, so we'll highlight those as we go through the presentation tonight. You will see a lot of the same images and content that you saw before. We'll try to highlight what is new and kind of where we landed as far as what led us to staff recommendations built upon 7 years of studies at this point and different community engagements throughout that time. So eager to hear your all thoughts and hope that we can hear a recommendation from you all, both for the primary site and the downtown site that would go before City Commission, along with the Public Transit Advisory Committee's recommendations for their consideration later this month. So with that, I will turn it over to our consultant team with Wendell. We've got a few folks on the call. I'll probably turn it over to Tony. And Tony, if you want to introduce the other folks on your team before you start, that would be a good idea.
Yeah, Tony Callan, project manager on the project. And then we have Scott Neal, who's our project architect, master designer, and then Taryn Prohl, also an architect with Wendell, work primarily on the downtown, but also obviously help Scott on with the multimodal. And I think, Adam, we're doing a PowerPoint again, correct?
Yes, Adam Weigel, Transit Parking Manager. Would you like me to share that, or do you have it ready to share?
I didn't. I was thinking you were going to share it, but it's up to you. I thought with your Zoom, it might be easier for you folks to control it on your end. I'd rather have you be in control. Okay.
All right. And Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I'll actually start out with this slide. I had given you a little teaser just of the long history with this project and our attempt at trying to hear as much as we can from the public throughout this. And it really goes all the way back to studies that were performed in 2014, 2018. So a lot of this information you all had had seen leading up to June meetings. If we look towards the end of this list on the right side, a couple of things I would highlight is that after public meetings on June 9th, which were all via Zoom, we also did some in-person outreach. We had a number of different tabling opportunities at the library where we had concepts and we're talking with people, as well as we did a walking tour of the downtown sites and a bus tour out to the Bob Billings site. And a few of you all attended that. So I hope that you also noticed in both the through our website, but also as part of this agenda item, there was a link to a video related to downtown improvements where we did our best to talk through kind of the variety of competing priorities that we have downtown and kind of how we used a lot of the public input from 7 years ago and more to kind of build to the concepts that we have today.
Okay, so this may be mostly familiar for most of you, but essentially we did our immersion process, which was 3 days concentrated in Lawrence there. We did many meetings, more than a dozen, took a lot of input from folks on just, topics of interest. I don't want to go through every single one of these. I think this was this PowerPoint provided prior to the meeting tonight, Adam?
There was an attempt to, and I think there was an issue with it being posted, but we'll get it get it reposted and sent out to the group.
Yeah. So in the interest of time, really the downtown, one of the first things we did when we came in, looking at the site selection criteria, had been developed in 2014 and 18 is downtown. So we looked at primarily city-owned property. The basic thing that was guiding us was property that was already owned by the city, convenient downtown and adequate enough for 5 buses. And so those were principles in looking at the sites that we picked as candidate sites in downtown. Billings and Crestline was already under contract and so we took a lot of input from folks about what they wanted to see in those facilities. We're in design phase yet. Really, what we were doing is figuring out how big is big. And we did have some guiding principles with that as well. We started out at 5,000 square feet. We're coming today with 4,000. Next slide. So with the multimodal, I actually really would like to go past options 1, 2, and 3 because all very similar. But one of the things that we found in all 3 of those options is that with the contour of the property for 1, 2, and 3, we're finding that we just couldn't meet budget for this project. And so building a complete new standalone facility and having that hillside having to be excavated was just driving so much additional costs. That feedback and the things that we liked and disliked about the first 3 options, and we took the 4th option. So I'd like to focus on the 4th option because this is, I think, we don't think, believe, and would recommend that what we do. With this site, what we've done is we've taken the site and we moved it up adjacent to Bob Billings Parkway. We have the same configuration as we did in options 1, 2, and 3, with the exception now we have less cutting into the hillside, and the contours are working against us. We had a lot of discussion back and forth throughout this process about do we not impact the facilities that are already there, that the unit owns. And so we explored everything from tearing those down, or at least I believe it will be the west is left west. Yes. I never can remember. Tearing down the west facilities and using it for parking and so forth. But what we ended up doing is we ended up on the fact that we could actually use that facility, and in doing we can that facility into an amenity approve it, we can actually build it right there. We have water, we have sewer, we have electricity, we have all the infrastructure already there coming into that facility. So this is going to save a lot. We're able to basically bring the project within budget by making these. And with this, we have exits both on Bunce and on Crestline. We also have reduced the size of the sawtooth down to bays. We do have we would do an option in the bid pen. This is designed as an alternate to add the additional 9th and 10th bays. But in the interim, the commuter coaches for K10 connector, I believe it's called, and Greyhound, we will put those off and have a designated loading area, which is pretty common for Greyhound. For the entry of the stops there, that's a very palatable solution and a lower cost solution. So that's where we're at on this site. Maybe it would be good just to let folks ask questions. Also, one more thing I should mention too is we do a left turn on Bob Billings that allows access into that parking lot for ride hail, employee parking, and so forth.
This is Adam Michael, Transit and Parking Manager. Pat, I guess what you and the group prefer. We'd like to pause here and we can talk about this primary site or move through and come back.
For me, it would be helpful is to take them one at a time and be able to address the questions with each. That's all right with you and the rest of the group.
This is, I always need to remind myself about our process, and I just sure that we're all on the same page. And Dave, Pat, correct me wrong, but the steps taking here on hear the presentation. Step 2, ask questions. Step 3, public comment. Step 4, discuss. And step 5, make recommendations. Is that generally what we're up to? Because we always get, it seems like we get the discussion and the question part of it kind of intermixed. And that's okay if that's what we do, but I'd kind of like to be clear on our process.
I was going to say, this is the engineer. As far as the process goes, we can review these or the station separate, and then the action item at the end, we'll need action on the recommendation. But if you would like to split them out for discussion purposes, we could commission comments and public comments on each individual option, and then have a recommendation at the end.
Yeah, I think the only other notable thing then is that, from a safety standpoint, we have pedestrian and bus traffic separated with a well-defined path across to the island. We have a covered island, so the passengers have shelter. We have a facility that allows both operators and customers to have all their needs met. We have adequate parking. We're using a lot of the actual hard surface there already in the current parking configuration with that west building. So there's just a lot of pluses. So what we did, option 4 really comes about as a result of what we received for public comment in the June 9th public information phase. So this is really a reaction to budget. It's a reaction to public comment and reaction to just what is how can we build an affordable project that works and meets all those criteria.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I'm looking at Crestline Drive and Bill, and I'm wondering, the pedestrian accommodation on site is fine. It accommodates wheel, but how are we getting our pedestrians across those two streets? Is this something needs to pick up on?
Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. Carol, can you clarify, are you talking about at the intersection of Crestline and Bob Billings, where there are crosswalks else?
Anyway, a pedestrian wants to get to this facility. I mean, they would have to cross Crestline or Billings.
Up here. That would be at the intersection of Crestline and Bob Billings would be where the crosswalk would be on this path down here to the center.
So Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. Depending on what direction folks are coming from, yes, they would somehow need to get to the southeast corner of Bob Billings. The access from the existing shared use path on the site would be along this new sidewalk you can see here, headed up. It's adjacent to the facility and would connect the crosswalk onto the island. I'm hoping my cursor is visible, but I'm not positive it is. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Carol Bowen, the facility I'm not concerned about. It's the streets that I'm concerned about.
Excuse me again, I'd like to kind of piggyback as Carol, I wish I had seen before, but all of a sudden I'm looking at this and the primary means of access for is right next to the multimodal facility, whereas all the buses themselves are significantly further along the sidewalk. And if there's one thing I know about pedestrians, being one myself, so they don't always follow the exact we're supposed to take. So I wonder, is there going to be any provision for some sort of fencing around the actual bus transfer area to ensure that pedestrians aren't just kind of walk around? Because I'm seeing if you're coming from the Medical Department west side of this picture, coming intersection of Crestline and Bob Billings, your first inclination is to just cut across from the sidewalk into the bus, transfer area and just right onto the platform where you're walking all the way down Bob Billings and then all the way back down the platform. I'm just trying to think if there's any other way we can do this. Is there a possibility to make maybe a mark across the far west end of the bus transfer area just to kind of at least make bus drivers aware that this is a pilot? People could very well trade across the lot here.
I think that this is Scott. I think that's a good point, Nick. I'm not sure we're quite there in the design, but either one of those, we try to avoid fences and try to make something maybe a little bit more organic if that's desired, or we could just say they may do this. And so, a more westerly traffic crosswalk would happen there as well. We haven't really resolved that yet.
Okay, that gives me like MMTC. Sorry, I keep forgetting that we're still at the concept stage because it looks pretty good already. So I guess my comment going forward would be everything else about this site plan looks pretty awesome. The way that you guys were able to do adaptive reuse of the multimodal facility and kind of deal with the cut and fill issues is it's excellent. But pedestrian access may be an issue. So so there's one more thing while I'm here that I want to bring up. So there was basically cost considerations, I'm assuming, went into this option. So I'm curious, due to the uncertainty around renovation of existing structures, is there any concern that change orders and cost overruns during both design and construction could negate the cost savings done by this option, or is it so far better than the next option that it's really not a concern?
Yeah, it's so far better than the other options. But I will say this: yes, there's uncertainty. The good news is we did get a decent set of existing drawings that we've been able to locate all the utilities. We fortunately, this design does not collide with any of the inlets or outlets for both electrical, storm, and water. So those are all good. In fact, we don't even affect the light panel locations, which is even better. The metering, obviously, we're going to have some issues. But the long and short is, at this level, we have a significant contingency in this project. And that's why that you see those dashed in areas. We can't, at this level, we can't erode the contingency because of that uncertainty. So we have to show what we would do to bring this on budget. So by bidding those last 2 bus slips as an alternate, it does in fact meet budget. Now our hope is as we eliminate the uncertainty and erode that contingency actually is going to move into the project. So long and short is we're hopeful that all needs are going to be able to be afforded. More worrisome than anything is actually COVID pricing spiking. It's been volatile, but we've also accommodated for that just kind of a national barometer, I guess, on what we're seeing with current bidding. And it is all over the place. We've gotten very good bids. We've gotten very bad bids. So we'll see what happens. We'll just monitor that and continue to update as the estimate continues during design.
All sounds good. Thanks for the explanation.
Mm-hmm.
This is Pat Collette, Chair at MMTC. Adam, since we can see your cursor, can you kind of outline the travel path for buses coming from either direction or all directions, I guess, as far as how they're accessing the site exactly and where they enter and exit? Because I'm not sure I quite understand the movement there, and just to be able to visualize how it's crossing intersections and such.
Yes, that's a great question. So Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. So from Crestline, buses can come into the site. They would, bus doors are on the right side, so they would loop clockwise around this loop. They may use these bus slips. They may circle around. If they are the regional commuters, they would circle around to pull into those loading areas. Buses can exit back onto Crestline if they need access to an intersection that has a light. So any buses that would be heading west, taking a left turn out of here, would need to come back out onto Crestline to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to prevent the need for all buses, because a lot of these are going to be timed transfers, prevent the need from all buses exiting in one area at the same time, which could cause significant backups. We do have an exit only onto Bob Billings. Certainly one of the benefits of this site is it's near the intersection of 2 major corridors, Bob Billings and Iowa Street to the east. So we do anticipate some buses and likely the commuters as well using that exit to head east out of the site towards the intersection of Bob Billings and Iowa. So the circulation movement of buses is always clockwise.
Mm-hmm.
Some may come in and park over here and leave directly out Bob Billings. Some may loop before heading either out Crestline or looping again to go out Bob Billings. There's a number of different possible movements. Once we work through route redesign and fully understand where all buses are headed from this area, we would put them in the bays where it makes kind of the most sense, the least complicated movements for each route to get in and out from the site.
Thank you. That helps a lot. On this option, we lost the acceleration lane. Is that budget related?
I think it's both budget related and need related. We don't think it's needed. We think we can wait for gaps in traffic. And just as another mention on that, I mean, and as Scott was saying, if budget allows, that might be something that could be added back in.
Okay,
but I just wanted to mention that one of the things that's really a driver for us on the design was the ability to, if you had construction on Crestline, you could bring all of those buses right turn out on Bob Billings. So if you had some, traffic impacts that are happening on Crestline that were slowing things up, you could send all of them. You could have them come in on Crestline, for example, but you could also have them all go out on Bob Billings. So you have a lot of flexibility with that, if that makes sense.
Other questions from commissioners?
This is Steve Evans. One comment, good job on repurposing the building. Many people in the community will look at that in a very positive way. So good job.
Thanks, Steve. And just so everybody knows, that building's not going to look at all like it does now when it's done.
Court Buffington, MMTC. I just want to echo Pat's comment on the right turn out and the acceleration lane. If and I guess kind of my comment is, if I understand this correctly, there were 3 options first, and then the 4th was developed. So in the original 3, the acceleration lane was in 2 of the 3 options. If the acceleration lane is deemed unnecessary, why was it in 2/3 of your original proposed options and not so important now? And number 2, and there'll only be 2, so don't stack up too much on you. The entrance there in the far left down by Crestline, that's KU Public Safety. If there is congestion with a bunch of buses backed up, say, to make left turns to head to the west, coming back out on Crestline, was there any consideration given that is KU's public safety facility that could cause significant congestion if they need to get out of there to respond to, say, an emergency?
I don't know if that concern specifically was addressed, but there are, I guess I'm trying to think of how to answer this without, I mean,
that's okay. KU might not mind either.
Yeah.
This is Margareta DeFries from KU Transportation Services. The University Facilities Planning and Development has a close relationship with public safety and is certainly going to get their interest and approval of anything. But I imagine that as long as there are turn lanes and the buses are cautious to see what's happening, if there are sirens coming out of the parking lot, that they will be satisfied that they'll follow all the traffic rules. I haven't heard any concerns since we started this project months ago.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a delicate way to say that even if you have buses stacked up there, if there's an emergency, lights and sirens permit them to safely have everything else stop but them, and they get to where they have to go. But aside from that too, without not knowing what the city is doing in regards to signal controls, it would not be uncommon in transit projects that we have done to use some type of signal optimization, not preemption where a light completely turns green for buses, but you could actually move the congestion of the buses through these intersections quicker by taking an additional 15 or 20 seconds of green, for example, to move vehicles through with technology equipment. And that's very common in the transit world, but not available in all cities. Just depends on infrastructure and the philosophy of the city engineer and how that may or may not impact, not the philosophy, but really how it may or may not impact signal operations overall.
This is Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. There has been, for a while, there has been a transit signal priority in the regional ITS plan that the MPO develops. So has a large list of technology projects that are kind of on the radar, essentially, of a number of departments and divisions through the city. Broad scale transit signal priority is a pretty significant investment. You need pieces of hardware on each bus that communicate with signals as they go through the city. As an alternative, we have talked about in the context of this project of having loop detection at this near this exit that could trigger some favorable light conditions at Crestline and Bob Billings, similar to what Tony was describing. So slightly longer green lights, slightly shorter red lights that would ease the ability of buses to have a suitable gap to come out here. And it would not require hardware in all buses. It would require one-time hardware in the pavement here. So that is just another thing that has been talked about as a way to kind of work with that light and try to create good traffic conditions.
Now,
So
for
Adam,
this,
are you suggesting that that is proposed as a replacement for the acceleration lane, that because there would be traffic prioritization or a more favorable exit from there for buses, that acceleration lane wouldn't be as needed, or are we still talking about the possibility, if the budget allowed, to include that acceleration lane?
Well, I think I can probably answer that, Adam. As we talked with our civil folks, HG, and our design team, we did have the acceleration lane in there, but I think we had some different configurations with access to the site for parking. And so I think as we looked at how those two would potentially be in conflict with the right out only and the left in that area that Adam's highlighting, I think at this point, we think it's safer to just not have an acceleration lane. And again, that was pretty high conceptual level that we're looking at, and there is some considerations of doing a traffic study in that area to help determine some of those things as we keep going in design. That is part of the project budget.
The traffic study would definitely be done, right? I mean, that's a given.
I believe so, and Adam can speak to that, but I believe that's our understanding.
It is, yes.
Yes.
Any other questions from commissioners? I don't see any, so maybe can we move on to the downtown facility?
Certainly. Okay, with downtown, again, we have our preferred option is 1A on Vermont, where we preserve the parallel parking on the opposite side of the street. We have the 5-bus sawtooth. Since we showed this to you the last time, we've done a little bit of refinement to show you what the true loss in parking is, or net impact in parking is a loss of 40 on this. We heard feedback from the public that all the trees were leaving, and so we wanted to make it clear that not all the trees are leaving. Obviously, as we do the construction, some trees can't stay, but other trees can be added back, and we would preserve trees where we could. We've limited some of the ride hail and left a little bit more space on the corner there. But essentially, we really are pretty close to the option that we had before. If we go to the next slide, we see the look-through view. You want to go to that one? Okay, this one here, we want to just point out, Adam, the 27 feet, 10-inch width of the back of the bus platform from side to side. Obviously, that platform's not there where the sawtooth is, but where the front end of the bus is farther in. But with the parallel parking, we have a very adequate bicycle track, a pathway for pedestrians and bus users on that sidewalk, and we maintain the parallel parking on the other side. And we also keep the center middle turn lane open and in place just like it is today for deliveries, left turn, whatever other needs there are for that. When we go to the second option, 1B on Vermont between 8th and 9th, if we add back diagonal parking, we can actually get the net loss down to 16 less, or a 24 net loss of parking. Same situation with the trees. shelters, the hardscape. We do as much as we can as designers to make sure that we have a nice environment there with the trees and shelters. And then we do have canopies in both 1A and 1B over the front part of the buses. We accommodate all 5 again in here. So that not a lot has changed in that. Again, less kiss and ride provision on the corner there, a little more room on the end, on the top side. And so those are those. We don't feel, after the public meetings and after looking at costs, that the other 2 options for downtown are viable. In case they have not been seen, we'll go to this one first, go back at them. The one notable with the diagonal parking or the angled street parking is that we lose 5 full feet off of that platform. It's still doable and acceptable, but we do like the additional 5 feet. We just think it makes for, it'll make it easier to design and have pedestrian movement through that space with shelters and so forth. The other 2 options that were part of the 3 main options downtown Vermont between 10th and 11th, the impacts are probably too great with parking, and we're taking the entire parking lot. And then on the one between the last one, option 3, New Hampshire, between 8th and 9th, same thing. And that one has even some additional contour issues. And as we, after the public meeting, looked at the costs of those 2, option 2 and 3, became pretty evident that they were not affordable. So we really are back to option 1A and 1B. Either one of those would be acceptable to us, but we think that the best option is 1A, just because of the, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to be clear, when we say grading or contour related issues, specifically, we can't do anything with the street, so therefore we can only affect the parking lots. And those ones over on New Hampshire are would require significant retaining and rework in the lot itself. So we would be doing excavating versus what we're seeing on Vermont, which is the street and the parking lot, you know, essentially meet. And keep in mind, buses don't like sudden breakover issues. So basically pulling off a street and then having to turn onto a higher tabletop. You can bottom out the rear or the front of the bus in those without proper grading. So long and short is they're not ideal. If you had a lot of money to pitch at it, yes, it could be self-engineering.
Yeah. Thanks for that clarification, Scott. With that, I think it would be good to go to some question and answer.
I might add just a couple other points here.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
So, Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. So Tony's right. Between 1A and 1B, we're looking at, there's an additional 5 feet here, which is attractive for the sidewalk movements and people using this as a bus platform. The other thing I do want to note that is a difference between parallel parking remaining and conversion to angled is that under these conditions, it is, you know, we're creating a 2-way cycle track along this side of the platform, and we do hope that that may extend in the future to create, you know, a longer, fully protected bikeway downtown. But in the interim, with this being a single block of this, there are likely to be a number of bicyclists that will continue southbound in the traffic lane along this section of Vermont, and parallel parking has much better sight lines than pull-in angled parking. People backing out of this have a tougher time seeing bicyclists. So that was a consideration as well when we looked at between those 2 options. Tony also briefly mentioned the center turn lane. We heard a fair amount from businesses in this area about deliveries and the logistics of how deliveries happen on this block. I think maintaining that would be a valuable thing for some of the businesses that get truck deliveries in the area. There is a loading space here. There's also a center turn lane along this section of 8th. So there's a couple nearby options for delivery trucks to be parked, but that is just another component of why this one, in our view, kind of fits the pieces better together. The last thing I'll mention is that when we did make some new adjustments for parking in prior work, we had not considered parking impacts with recovered spaces along the 700 block of Vermont Street, just north of here, as well as the Greyhound stop that's on the north side of the library. So those 18 spaces for options 1A and 1B were added back in when we talk about parking impact. Because they were a little farther away from options 2 and 3, we didn't factor them in as directly. But under any move, those 18 spaces would come back. I think that with that all.
Yeah, and I was just going to add one more thing. We did hear a lot about deliveries happening in the actual parking lot, where you see the word shelters, where they would come in on the north, well, what's north to me, up, yeah, in there. And so this option, both 1A or 1B, would not have any impact on delivery vehicles coming in and out of there, either direction. So we just want to be real clear about that there's no impacts to the businesses with deliveries back there. And with any of the off-site where we're going and using the entire parking lot, there's a significant amount of time that's then lost by buses making that slow maneuver in and out of those lots. And so by far, using the existing street right away and using the Sawtooth is way more efficient for both entering the Sawtooth and exiting it. So that gives you the most flexibility for your operating dollars, really, time-wise.
Any questions and comments from commissioners?
This is Steve Evans. I'll start. Rather than rely on my memory, I'd like to ask Adam, the Saturday that we did the walking tour with you and the bus supervisor. The bus supervisor had an interesting perspective on all of this stuff, and I kind of that's where my mind went in terms of, these guys and gals are doing this all the time, and what works best for them. Adam, would you want to just go through that for us? I think it would be pretty interesting to hear that.
Sure, I'll do my best. So Eric Kreitz came out with us on the walking tour of downtown, one of our road supervisors, and I think provided some great perspective to the group. I know he spoke largely about some of the challenges at the current site across from the library. One of those being just unauthorized traffic movements, which is one of those things where we can design as good as we can, but at some point, enforcement's part of that toolbox also. Under current conditions, he spoke of cars making a U-turn movement that was challenging to buses as we pull away from the curb and not being able to see automobiles that make that movement. I think if we see some consistency in that, we'd probably strive to work closely with police department to better understand what we can do. Design-wise, I'm not sure I want to put Scott on the hook to explain that right now. Other than some type of hard barrier, I'm not sure what can prevent that type of U-turn movement. But I do think with the Sawtooth bus bays, operators will have a lot more clear vision out of that left and front window, towards the street than they have stacked closely together as they are now. So I hope that kind of characterizes close to what we talked about, Steve. But if there were some other points that Eric brought up, he's quite focused on safety and very good at that. So I know that was top of mind.
Well, I'll just add a couple of things. The consultants did note that the other options 2 and 3, the bus drivers really didn't like those at all. The consultants mentioned the cost aspects of those 2 lots, but the bus driver really didn't like them because of the having to pull in, move around in a smaller space, and then re-enter traffic. So that was pretty clear that the option we're looking at was the preferred option. And if I recall correctly, he liked 1B better than 1A. And I think it had to do with what you referred to, Adam, for the, and I don't personally see a lot of this on Vermont Street. I'm sure it happens with cars doing U-turns in the middle of the street. And if you had 1B, you'd have less room and probably wouldn't even have the room to do that. Now, I don't know if that's a deal breaker. It's not, but he, for the people that drive these buses every day, that was something that he did note. So for what it's worth, the bus driver that we talked to would prefer 1B for that reason. But there's obviously more to it to consider than that one aspect of it.
Kuzmiak, MMTC. Steve, I don't know if I was maybe just not listening correctly during the walkthrough, but for some reason I remember it the opposite way, where 1B was the problem because that's how Mass Street is, and it kind of encourages doing U-turns, so you don't all the way U-turn, you kind of hit that angle going back south again, whereas with parallel parking, you really have to do like a 3-point turn to make that happen. So I for some reason, I remember the parallel parking being more favorable for the bus driver, so I don't know, I could be wrong. That'd be good to check on that.
So Nick, what you're saying is they make a U-turn to go into the diagonal parking from the wrong direction.
Right, and for some reason in Lawrence we call that a J-turn, which somebody who likes watching stunt driving scenes, that is not a J-turn, but that's what we call them here, so whatever.
Well, I was thinking because 1A, there's more room, with the middle turn lane, there's a lot more room to try to do a U-turn. And in some cases, it's kind of inviting to do it. So I think that's what I heard, but
you sure do see a lot of that on Mass Street, though. That's what people do. For a while, that was being ticketed pretty heavily to discourage it, but it still happens with those turns to get into those spaces. People don't want to go around the block and come back to that space. So
well, no, I was thinking what I interpreted, and Nick, I could be wrong, was they're actually doing a U-turn to go the opposite direction, not to do a U-turn to park on the other side of the street.
Oh, wow.
That's what I heard.
That seems a lot lazier than I thought. I mean, it's literally a grid. I'd be really surprised, but well, I don't know. I say I'd be surprised, but I feel like I've seen people do stuff like that in Lawrence. So, I mean, right. Anything's possible.
I think I'm not a traffic engineer. There's maybe one on the Zoom here, but I think, if you go to the diagonal parking and you get rid of the center turn lane and you have the buses in there, I think just overall you end up with, I don't know if I want to use, if traffic calming is the correct term to use for that, but inherently people have a sense of unease going through there just because of the appearance of so much more going on, that it does tend to slow people down in a situation like that with 1B.
This is Pat Collette, Chair MMTC, and I think it was mentioned in the disadvantages of that was, angled parking is less safe for on-street cyclists, and going down Massachusetts Street, you have to be really, really alert to to cars backing out. And, when you're driving a car and you realize what a blind spot you have, unless you have some good backup alarm that alerts you to traffic behind you, but it's really difficult to see. And, you're really on the alert to drive down that, with parallel parking. I mean, there's still an issue of getting doored, but, that seems like less of a hazard than backing into you. So
Just one
sorry.
One more thing, and that's okay. You're the chair. So one more thing I was going to say is that I think there was also, we heard in the public input process, some concerns about having just one block in the middle of Vermont that has diagonal parking and then all the rest having parallel. So that was the other. But I think the main reason we prefer 1A is because it gives us a more adequate platform. That 5 feet is a lot. I think it's going to make for a much nicer design to have that 5 feet. So I think that's probably one of the main drivers for us.
Yeah, from an essentially an urban pocket park perspective, Tony's right. That 5 feet really does open up, opportunity there. Trees, green space, shade. The overall, paseo, as it were, of somebody, walking along here. And keep in mind the library is right there too. So, this does have already existing assets that I think will help activate it.
I have a question about the entrance and exit of the parking lot down at the north end. Is that from any direction? Is that right turn out only, or are left turns allowed there?
It can be either.
Because I wondered about the safety of left-hand turns with, you're going to have the buses and the platform and all of that blocking your vision and crossing the cycle track, So I wondered if it would be safer to allow only right turn out and right turn in, because it's a short enough block, like Nick mentioned, with a grid, that it's pretty easy to, if you need to go into that parking lot, that you would be able to get to that fairly easily.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges with that would be, again, not a traffic engineer, but with my experience, that unless you put a control surface of some kind, a curb or something, you can't really make folks obey that right out only. And unless, of course, you channelize the right out so that it makes it very hard for them to do that. You've probably encountered those types of exits where they channelize it to where you have to really make an awkward, almost 90-degree turn out in the street. So that would be the only way to control that. That's a good point.
Because with the canopy and the trees, I just don't know how cars are. There's going to be a lot of conflicts going on with the buses right there, and it'd be good to look into that possibility at the very least.
I think those will, like the traffic issues at the other site for Bob Billings and Crestline, those will all be part of the design process and the site plan review with the city.
Yeah, great.
And preliminarily, if we understand the data points correctly, Vermont in this block has a very low traffic count at this point, and so we just need to confirm that. But that was one of the other reasons for the site, is that this is not a highly utilized street according to the traffic. but that has to be corroborated.
Or Buffington. Sorry, go ahead, Pat.
No, go ahead.
Court Buffington, MMTC. Okay, I am definitely not a traffic engineer, just an electrical one, so it doesn't count. Not a city planner, none of this stuff. But what I do is ride a bicycle a lot. When I look at this design, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna ride in the street. I'm not gonna take that cycle path. Look at the number of sharp turns you have to get on and off of that. With the green spaces, the planters, et cetera, there are pretty sharp blind corners. 10 feet wide seems like an awful lot, but when you have two-way bike traffic, if you have any congestion on there at all, that's makes for some potentially fairly blind turns. To make a right turn off of, let's see, what would it be there? Right turn off of 9th Street, you have to cross pedestrian path 3 times and make as many turns. You have to turn right onto Vermont, then right again to cross pedestrian traffic, and then a sharp left around obstacles looking left to head north. Same thing coming south. And don't get me wrong, I love cycling. I'd love to see more of it here, but opinion as someone that rides a bicycle an awful lot, we'd be a lot better off just saving the 10 feet until a time we can further develop more comprehensive infrastructure downtown and put that protected bike lane on the other side of the street where you don't have to zigzag 3 turns at both ends to get around pedestrian traffic with the blind spots from the planters and the green spaces, et cetera.
Yes, and in court, I also am a bike commuter, so I understand what you're saying. This isn't meant to preclude the shared road. This is the thought is we're developing the area, whether you choose to build this now or later. This is to get the bikes off the street, or if somebody wants to enjoy this pocket park, keep in mind we're going to have bike racks and other amenities here. Our hope is somebody would stop, lock up their bike, go enjoy some of the retail or shops, and then get back on. But if for somebody passing through, we don't anticipate them necessarily using this. So I just wanted to clarify that this is not taken away from that, but we certainly can look at whether you build it now or later, or there's an alternative. We have looked at your bike plan, and I would say, yes, it's still somewhat in its infancy, from that perspective. So, I guess it's, right now it's just a paved area that happens to be striped. So whether there's really a cost saving there or not, we certainly wouldn't want to build a curb over it and then have to take it out later. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. I would like to add, in the Lawrence Bikes plan that we've looked at, we're looking at more comfortable bikeways. And so for all user types. And so admittedly, many of you who commute by bicycling likely would be more on the end of confident and secure going to ride anywhere cyclists than someone who's going to ride maybe with a kid or have a trailer behind them. And so we want to be cognizant of the design choices we're making for everyone to be able to use more comfortably. And so while I do think some of the turning movements in terms of some of the angles might cause you to slow down a little bit, but if buses are here, you're going to have to do some of that slowing anyway with pedestrians. We did, Adam and I, and we've talked to Wendell a little bit about some of the continuation of what this would look like. And so putting it on the other side of the street, particularly if you're looking at Vermont, like in the future, there is some handicap parking spaces or accessible spaces that are on the library side of the street that count towards their site plan required bike or car parking over there, that would probably preclude without future significant investment in doing some of that parking, that there could be continuation still even of this proposed cycle track infrastructure on this side of the street in the future. There's some previous history also further to the north of considering like a contraflow bike lane in the one-way lane of Vermont Street. So those might be things to think about a little bit as we talk about how this cycle track would fit into future bikeway plans.
Actually, that's my point. To my point, Jessica, how is that person without confidence in their kid in a trailer going to get to this 1 block worth of great bike path?
Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. Well, I think that's where, well, one, education, because I think that's where the bike box infrastructure is to provide some visible spaces for people to see that transition in terms of using the green paint to navigate to those spaces. And I also think, you know, some of the shady comfort, you know, access back to the shops on the other side are going to also maybe lend themselves to some of that trip making. I don't know if there's flexibility in any of the design on the 90-degree angles on some of that in terms of some of those, how some of those transitions look, because remember, this is just concept level. We haven't got into some of the more specific designs. That would be a question for Wendell to ask. But I think, you know, we want to just be cognizant that there are different types of cyclists using infrastructure in our community.
Might add to Court. I mean, I agree with you. Like 1 block sometimes makes you think, is that worth it? I think there's a project opportunity, I guess, with a project that is doing a number of multimodal things and looking at starting this type of infrastructure, knowing that it might not be the end of it, particularly when there's not development of a multi-block protected bikeway through downtown, probably have more impacts on parking. That could just be a very long-term project. So does it start 1 block at a time, or does it only happen when there's several blocks at a time? I think that's a reasonable question to ask. And like Jessica mentioned and Wendell mentioned, I think we've got flexibility in this design to go either way. If ultimately it doesn't make sense as part of this project, I think that could be okay. I think we see it as an opportunity, I guess, to start to tie in these different pieces of transportation.
At the very least, those turns should really be looked at, because the average unconfident cyclist on a typical flat bar commuter bike with a bike trailer behind it and the turning radius of that is not going to work with those turns.
Yeah, so I think I think as the design advances, we can soften those. And then I think the larger question though is, because that's a detail at this point. We have the opportunity to even go a little bit serpentine here, especially if we can get that extra 5 feet, which I advocate for. But similarly in Atlanta right now, we have a bus rapid transit that the station design is going to accommodate bikes, even though they don't have complete streets yet. So that's kind of I think the question here is, do we set a precedent and show how things could be? I mean, I guess that's the decision that has to be made. But certainly, we're in a way we're not even really showing the continuation of the green paint either. Obviously, southbound would be nice along Vermont, continuing along there, but that's obviously outside our scope.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. Sorry, I know you guys are probably sick of talking about this bike lane thing, but I did want to echo Court's concern that it's probably not ideal for a lot of people who are confident on bikes, and 1 block isn't enough, but that point's been made already. What I think is the most, I don't know, disappointing is a strong word, but I feel like what I see of this design is perfect. It fits exactly within the space of downtown. The only issue is not so much with the design, but everything else around it. And I guess it has been a little disappointing that there hasn't really been a whole lot of thought or lip service even given to maybe rearranging the street a little bit. You know, does it really make sense if Vermont Street even looks like this in the first place? I mean, first of all, it's extremely wide. The speed limit is 20 miles an hour, and people do that because they assume people are watching, but man, you could speed down here like crazy. There's a middle turn lane, it's wide, it's straight. 20 miles an hour does not make a whole lot of sense for the geometry of this exact street. And on top of that, the fact that there's a turn lane in the first place for 2 turns on the entire block, I guess it's 3 currently, but it's going to be 2 once this goes in, seems a little silly given the fact that we've already established this is a low traffic street. There's no real need for a turn lane if you only have a couple cars going through here every minute, right? Like, you're not going to cause a traffic jam by trying to turn in left to the Carnegie Building parking lot. So I guess what I'm trying to go with this is that it seems to me that given the constraints that we've set for ourselves, which is don't mess with the street, we're kind of stuck with this option here. But if we were to lift that constraint, maybe mess with the street because it doesn't make sense to begin with, you could possibly scooch the bus stop either to the right and eliminate that bike path and kind of get the buses more off the street, and then do something more interesting with the street itself, such as make a center median so you don't have just a lot of pavement for no reason. Or even better, for the short term, because people are always concerned about losing parking, right? If you lose the bike lane and you scooch the buses out to the left, such that you would have to repurpose the center turn lane as the northbound traffic lane. And then buses would basically get their own lane instead of having to compete with northbound traffic lane. That hasn't been looked at, presumably because, I don't know. I mean, maybe MSO isn't into that sort of thing. Maybe that's out of the scope of the project. I'm not entirely sure, but it does seem to me that there could be a much more efficient use of the street using this exact design, just shifted maybe 10 feet to the left or right. So I'd be curious to hear of anybody who was involved in crafting the original scope to see maybe why that wasn't on the table, because I feel like it's maybe limited our consultants to give us maybe the best option that we could have had.
Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I appreciate that, Nick. I think with the scope, we were obviously trying to balance a lot of things in downtown. Doing any type of development has a lot of different interests. So I think we were looking at limited impact. I would say that having buses as they're situated in this image and having kind of that easy merge back into the travel lane, in my mind, is preferable for operations as opposed to being farther away from that, having a longer merge back into traffic. If this whole platform was shifted to the right, for example. Yeah, I mean, I can understand the center turn lane, not a whole lot of turning going on. I can say that we did hear about deliveries throughout the June meeting, so that came up, and I know that was one of the things that was really important to some people, particularly businesses on this block. So there's certainly some balance there, but can understand the thought process of wanting to go farther and do something even more progressive.
Sorry, that's muted. Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Thanks for the explanation and the reminder. I do occasionally forget that the deliveries are an important part of this, and because this is the one odd block of Mass Street that does not have an alley for some strange reason, that we're kind of stuck with it. And it's not really a turn lane; it is a delivery lane. You're right. Because that, yeah, I suppose it's really not even it's not a government or a staffing induced constraint. It really is business owner constraint here. And it sounds like there was enough concern from the business community that if they had no place to do deliveries, then basically life would end, right? So, fair enough. But yeah, I guess it is what it is. I do still think that having that bike lane there, I mean, if there was any way to remove it and move it out to even maintain those parking spaces, then we could probably maintain a lot of goodwill, and even, I don't know, maybe find a way to still do deliveries on the north end where that center turn lane would not be impacted by the northbound lane, but then in the rest of the block where the buses are, basically from about 1/3 of the way down to 2/3 of the way down could be just northbound travel. That's obviously significantly more complicated than we have here. Would probably involve a lot of more involvement with the MSO and kind of rethinking how we do things. But I just want to point out that the downtown master plan, though it's still in flux, hasn't been approved. I forget. One of their big things was like to try to make this a more pedestrian friendly environment. And if we have these huge wide streets that we say are 20 miles an hour, but realistically people will go the speed that they feel comfortable with, and we're not really, I guess, in the spirit of that downtown master plan. And I understand that these are kind of developed simultaneously, so it's not like you could have predicted what's going to come out in that during the scope of this project. But just something to keep in mind, I guess, as we go forward. So I guess my hope is that I'm not going to say no to this option. I still think it's the best that we can get. But my hope is that we can somehow retrofit this in the future and kind of improve upon it to make a better pedestrian realm in, instead of a really wide straight downtown street.
Thanks, Nick. This is Pat Collette, Chair, MMTC. I guess I'll say that I'm in favor of the cycle track, and I am a cyclist, and I understand the concerns about how it will be used and that there will be limited use, initially. But we've had lots of input, wanting separated bike lanes and cycle tracks and that kind of thing. And it's difficult to get the funding for it, and then but just like the loop, that was taken bites at a time, and the concept was there, and that this can show the community what a cycle track looks like. A lot of people in Lawrence don't know what that is, because it's not, we don't have one in the city. So I think it'll serve a purpose. I do agree, if the the geometric design can be improved a little bit so that it's not such right angle turns. And my comment about inflow and outflow from that parking lot was related to that too, in terms of safety for people coming off the cycle track and onto the painted bike lanes. So but I do support leaving that in the design.
This is Steve Evans. I think I'll give my 2 cents on the cycle track. Being a specific kind of cyclist, more recreational as opposed to commuting and going wherever in Lawrence, I personally would avoid either the cycle track or Vermont Street, because there's just so much going on there. You've got buses, you've got a center turn lane, you have cars in both directions. And I actually think that the cycle track is going to be used primarily by people that get to the bus stations via bicycles. And I think it's great to have something for them, but I do think it's a little bit too much. And I'm all for cycle tracks. I'm just not sure this is the right place to do it. I'll say that again, I'm not sure. It may or may not be, but the kind of cyclist that I am, I'm going to avoid this whole area. I'm going to go anywhere but Vermont Street in the 800 block on a bicycle to get where I'm going, unless I was trying to get on a bus. Last point I'll make is that there would be, I don't think this community is ready for serious discussions about closing streets to traffic. If they were, that would be a discussion that we would be having right now. And we've talked a lot about cars, we've talked a lot about deliveries, and I just, can see a day where, this is more pedestrian and bike friendly by virtue of not having cars there at all. And this is not the day and time to do this, because we need to move forward to get an amenity like this for the community. But I just simply wanted to make that point that this whole conversation has been more about cars and parking than it has been about biking and walking and being safe for those people in this area.
Thank you, Steve. I think I saw Aaron, you had your hand up.
NMTC, this is Erin Payton. I am for keeping the bicycle track. I think that if you're going to bike on Vermont and you have buses like this and cars, that's what people are going to use, especially if you want to get downtown and you're a parent and you're coming with kids. I think it's quite possible that this will be where it's used. And Steve pointed out that, you know, maybe this isn't the street you would use, but you might be able to say that about many of the streets downtown. The other thing I was thinking about when this was being discussed was at the beginning in our study session, I was kind of looking at some stuff in Davis because of the theft things. And one of the things it talked about is that 98% of their streets have some sort of bike access or amenities. And so I think that this is great. It'll be something that we haven't seen before that people may really appreciate. So.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I had two thoughts. I think we'll probably get some criticism from the community because we're trying to do something really neat, but it's only for one block. And we need to keep a broader discussion going so that the community understands that this is just a start and there will be more to come. Also, I'd like to point out that with the buses there, we're going to generate more pedestrian traffic. So we need to make sure the pedestrian traffic is taken care of.
Thank you. This is Pat Collette, Chair MMTC. I had a couple of additional questions just in general. The Greyhound stop that's down there now, will that stay there or is that moving to the Crestline and Bob Billings site?
Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. So Greyhound joined in the immersion process that Tony had talked about back in April as part of one of the stakeholder meetings. And they were quite interested in moving out to the primary facility site at Bob Billings and Crestline. It's a straighter shot, from I-70 down Iowa Street, easier to get in and out of. They would have, their own bay space and the ability for passengers to use the customer service person who could answer questions and restrooms and a place to wait and those type of amenities. So they were quite interested in making that move. One of the interesting points that we learned throughout talking with them is that a large percentage of the ridership are students. So they're also very interested in being closer to campus. And of course, we still anticipate a lot of bus service between the new hub campus and downtown. So if one did need to move to and from downtown to get to and from Greyhound, we think that'll still be quite easy to do, but they did mention that a lot of their ridership for students.
Thank you. The second question I had was just on the pavement for the bays. Is that going to be reinforced pavement in the pull-out bays for those buses, or will there be pavement work done on those sites?
The options will either be reinforced concrete or heavy-duty pavement.
Okay.
But yeah, that'll be engineered for the purpose.
The preference is wherever bike tires are, or bus tires rather, are making heavy turning motions, that it be concrete.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then my last question is, we had a study session on bike security before this meeting started, and I mentioned the integrated bike locks with bike racks. Would that be something that you would consider to see if it was in the budget as a kind of a demonstration or a pilot for that kind of bike parking? I have no idea what the cost is in comparison to to regular bike. I'm sure it's more, but I just wonder. I don't know how many bikes will you plan to facilitate at that site?
Oh, Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. We did write into the scope for both the downtown site and the Bob Billings site to include bicycle lockers.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be our form of long-term secure bike parking that we can integrate as part of these projects. Thinking more about, not only security, so we'll worry less about bikes getting stolen or vandalized, but also weather and having a place where people can store their bike in an enclosed space that would be dry when they got back on their, hopefully people taking bike and bus commutes is kind of the style of multimodal trip maker we imagine, although we've got some discussions to still have with Brad Harrell and his team of parking on how we might think about permitting those types of uses and how to best make them accessible for people, but something we can manage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? It looks like we're ready to move on to just overall discussion. If there are any final questions you'd like to comment on with either of those sites before we move it to a vote.
Pat, you might want to try some public comment.
Oh.
See if anybody's up for that.
Yeah, oh, sure. Call on Michael.
Hi, yes, this is Michael Almon again with Sustainability Action Network. I want to focus mostly on the Bob Billings and Crestline, but before that, for the downtown facility, the entire discussion tonight has been really good. I really appreciate the in-depth, the scope and the range of what the discussion's gone. I like to, for instance, point out that the green pavement is a great idea. Glad to see that that is intentionally incorporated. Commissioner Kuzmiak's comments, I think, are particularly important, that this downtown hub, I mean, it's like a laboratory of what we can do to design a street. There's everything going on here multimodal. There's motor vehicles, there's buses, there's pedestrians, there's bicycles. It's all there. And it seems like why aren't we considering a whole system approach to designing the street? That makes total sense. And I'm glad Commissioner Kuzmiak brought that up. And I'd like to I'd hope that the commission, the transit authority, the city commission would broaden the scope of this discussion, because I think, what we do here will have implications for the rest of Vermont Street and much of the city, really. As far as the bicycle track itself goes, I think Commissioner Evans is correct that it's primarily going to be used to access the buses. And what's wrong with that? If we're going to look at a whole system, we definitely want to be separating modes, separate the buses from the pedestrian, from the bicycles, from the parking lot of the motor vehicles. So if for no other reason, that bicycle track has that advantage. But the broader discussion, like somebody mentioned earlier, should look at other ways to incorporate bikeways up and down Vermont Street. Oh, yes, and I do like 1A, if for no other reason, because it loses more motor vehicle parking, less motor vehicle parking. I think Commissioner Kuzmiak once again will back me up on this. Donald Shoup has written a book called The High Cost of Free Parking, pointing out that if we're going to incentivize other modes of transport, like buses or bicycles, we need to start with eliminating motor vehicle parking. And the best time to do that is simultaneously when you're adding bicycle facilities or adding transit, so that people experience a loss of motor vehicles, they have another option. So that should be part of the broader discussion. And it's good that we're losing motor vehicle traffic, motor vehicle parking. As far as Crestline and Bob Billings go, when I look at those, I also like option 4. For one thing, it's a smaller footprint, less pavement, less asphalt, less petroleum products. If it can be expanded in the future, that's excellent. And not having an acceleration lane, I think the way that the exit onto Bob Billings is much better for visibility of the cyclists and pedestrians who are on that shared use path. That's a heavily used shared use path going up to KU. We need good visibility from the bus drivers to see bicyclists coming along there. And my second question about bicycle circulation on that site, whichever site it is, somebody coming along that shared use path on a bicycle, where do they access? What's the circulation? Where's the parking for bicycles? First of all, are they going to come in that driveway where buses are exiting? That's not a particularly good idea. Where are the bicycles going to access this whole facility? Where's the parking? Is that parking remote? Like I pointed out before, it should be very close to the destination. Is it back on a corner of the motor vehicle parking lot? Where is it? So I think that question needs to be looked into more thoroughly, how bicycles will circulate within the site and access to and from the site. That's pretty much, and I'm glad that you're including lockers in both of these options. That's excellent, because Lawrence doesn't have any bicycle lockers yet. And this is another opportunity to introduce that to our community. So good discussion. I'm looking forward to how the designs can be refined, particularly if we do that bicycle track, the turning contours and accessing in and out onto Vermont and off of Vermont onto the bicycle track, and other ways to refine the design. So thank you once again, everybody.
Thank you, Michael. Other discussion from commissioners? All right, do we feel confident moving into a vote? I guess we can take these one at a time. So we could start with the Bob Billings Crestline facility first. Staff recommendation was option 4. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion for recommendation of that option?
Kuzmiak, MMTC. So before I make the motion, I just want to make it clear that I would also like the consultant and city staff to really consider how pedestrians enter and exit the bus transfer center, because a single point of entry will pretty quickly turn into 5 unauthorized points of entry. So that's just really my only concern. So with that, I would motion that we approve option 4 for the Bob Billings and Crestline bus transfer facility concept plan.
Okay.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner, I second it.
Okay. Discussion. I would like to point out, Nick, in addition to the caveat for the movement of pedestrians, is the point that Michael brought up in terms of intentional, an intentional look at circulation for bicycles accessing the site and getting to the bike racks and lockers and access to that platform. So, okay, any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll take roll call for approval.
Okay, and I've got it down now. So
Great.
Gregory Critchlow. Yes.
Yes, sorry. How do you want to?
Sorry. Court Buffington.
Yes.
Steve Evans.
Yes.
Carol Bowens.
Yes.
Tom Allen.
Yes.
Aaron Payton.
Yes.
And Patricia Collette.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, so then the next question for consideration is the downtown facility, and that staff recommendation was option 4. Do you want to make any additional recommendations for that site?
Our recommendation there was 1A, just for clarification.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 1A. Yes, I was looking at the last one. Yeah, thank you. All right. Is there a motion for approval of 1A option for downtown?
Gregor Kutso, MMTC, motion to approve 1A.
Thank you.
Or vote on 1A, I'm sorry.
1A, yes. Is there a second?
Tom Allen, MMTC, Commissioner, I second.
I'm sorry, was that Tom? Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second for 1A. We'll take the roll on that.
Hey, Court Buffington.
Abstain.
Okay. Steve Evans.
Well, I'm pausing. I may be breaking the rules here, but I'm really interested in seeing this design develop. And I think this is a case where we would like to see this brought as the design evolves and continue to comment. With that, that would be a request. And with that, I'll go aye.
I'm sorry, what was your vote?
Yes.
Okay. Carol Bowen.
Yes.
Okay. Nick Kuzmiak.
Yes.
Tom Allen.
Yes.
Aaron Payton.
Yes.
Patricia Collette.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-4, 1 abstain.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is to consider recommending approval of the school area traffic control policy to the City Commission.
Madam Chair, may I make a parting comment?
Sure. Yes.
This is Tony from Wendell. On behalf of our team, I just want to say thank you for all your feedback, and definitely all the feedback we've heard tonight, as Adam knows, will be part of our deliberations as we go forward on design, should these be approved by the City Commission. So thank you for all your input tonight.
Thank you.
All right, good night.
Thanks, Al.
All right, is this, David, are you,
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Got a presentation we're going to go through here first with multiple staff members. I'm going to kick things off. I wanted to provide just a brief history on our school area traffic control policy. I know we're going to be talking a lot about the adult crossing guards and that criteria, which we've.
You have to actually share your screen.
Okay, just 1 second. Gonna share my screen here to get the presentation up. There we go. Thanks, Kurt. Like I was saying, we're going to have some conversation on the adult crossing guard criteria, and it's something that we've discussed before, but wanted to kind of take a step back and remind folks that we've had a school crossing control policy in place for a while. I think we first introduced it in 1996, and it was last updated in 2008. And that policy speaks to traffic control and signage around schools, school zones, where we mark crosswalks, reduced speed zones, and also has the criteria for adult crossing guards. And that existing policy is what we are really taking that and updating it into our new school area traffic control policy. So it takes some of that existing school crossing control information and we've since 2008 there's been additions in the MUTCD with in regards to pedestrian hybrid beacons and interim improvement interim use of allowing rectangular rapid flashing beacons or RRFBs, and so we've started installing those in Lawrence here recently. So this new traffic control policy includes those devices, as well as updating the information on adult crossing guards and referencing the school safe routes to school maps. So we have education maps and infrastructure maps that are included in this policy that are referenced from that Safe Routes to School plan. The traffic control policy also speaks to how we handle requests. In the past, staff would receive requests, and we would analyze those against the crossing policy. And before the MMTC, those would have gone to the Traffic Safety Commission. And with this new policy, we would be coordinating these requests with the site council and or the school district before we would review those. So we want to really make sure that the affected school or the school district would support reviewing changes that we would make before staff would consider reviewing those. So that is something that really came about several years ago as we started talking about this traffic control policy. I think our first draft was around 2017. So it's been a number of years that it's been out there, and we're trying to, now that we have the Safe Routes to School plan done, tie this all together. So one of the last points that I would want to make with this new policy is that there's a Safe Routes to School working group that includes the city, school district, Lawrence Douglas County MPO, and the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health that is tasked with evaluating requests and meeting to improve overall safe routes to school, not just the as-built infrastructure that we talk about when we're talking about markings and signage and crossing guards, but also the education and encouragement side. So finally, I'd say that overall, the adoption of this school area traffic control policy was one of those action items that was included in the Safe Routes to School plan. That plan was adopted by the City Commission and received by the school district. So I'm going to turn it over to Dustin here to go over some of the technical sides of the crossing guards and the evaluation that we did. But we did, overall, we had the discussion a couple of times at a study session a few months ago, and then on the agenda in June. And tonight we want to step back and address some of the comments that we've received before regarding potential crossings, looking at also how we can look at transportation disadvantaged and equity, and if that's impacted. And so we're going to hope to kind of go through and address some of these technical things, and then some of the things that you've asked us to look into a little bit more. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dustin to kind of go over some of the crossing guard evaluation and the technical side with different examples.
Thanks, Dave. So yeah, to kind of recap where we started with our evaluation, we had 23 existing intersections with crossing guards, and then we had a queue of 5 requests for additional guards. So we went out and actually counted all of those locations. So we counted students and then looked at either the vehicle volumes or the gaps in traffic at each location, and counted each location 3 times in the morning, 3 times in the afternoon, and use that data for our evaluation against the warrant criteria. And generally, the crossings are broken into 2 types of locations. There's a controlled crossings, and those are where the vehicle traffic is controlled by a traffic control device, such as a signal. And all-way stop control falls into this category. Two-way stop control, or a pedestrian hybrid beacon. And then the uncontrolled crossing is where vehicle traffic is free flowing basically across the crosswalk. And so we did revise some of the tables that you've seen before to hopefully make them more clear. So this first table is the kind of just the raw data that we collected when we did the counts. And this is for just the controlled locations, since the criteria for evaluating controlled versus uncontrolled is slightly different. So we thought it would make it a little easier to see if we had separate tables for those. So generally, the controlled locations are based on a vehicle volume, vehicles per hour, and then the number of students using the crossing is the criteria is based on the total students per day that use the crossing. And then again, the intersection type is an all-way stop, has slightly different criteria than a signal, a two-way stop, or a pedestrian hybrid beacon. So that's why they're the all-way stop has its own kind of name here, but then the controlled other kind of accounts for the other control types. Okay, so we did want to kind of step through specific examples to give you a better idea of, maybe hopefully an intersection you're familiar with and how the criteria is applied to a location that you're hopefully familiar with. So we're starting with the controlled locations with a signal as the first type. So 23rd and Osdahl is a signal that we looked at, and I kind of chose this one specifically because it's meets our criteria of not being fully warranted, but meeting 80% of the warrant criteria, which we have added to our policy as locations that if they meet 80% but not 100, we would keep those and reevaluate them in the upcoming school year. So this is one of those locations. And so the detailed criteria, warrant criteria, is 30 students per day or more and 150 vehicles per hour during the crossing period. And we can see the count data for this one. The actual count was 29 students per day. And again, that was an average of 3 separate counts, morning and evening. And then, 1,300 vehicles per hour, well over the vehicle threshold, but just under the student threshold. So again, this one will be kept and reevaluated in this upcoming year. So the next type of controlled intersection is, sorry, this acronym here, I didn't expand, is two-way stop control. And so an example intersection we looked at here, this was an intersection that had been requested. There's not currently a guard at this location, but there has been a request for this location. It's 5th and Mississippi. So this is just north of, Pinckney Elementary. So the criteria for two-way stop control is 30 students per day or greater and 300 vehicles per hour or greater crossing that crosswalk while the student, during the time period that the students are crossing. And so the actual count data there, again, the average was 20 students per day and then only 99 vehicles per hour. So that did not meet either threshold for adding the guard at this location. Sorry. So our final type of controlled intersection or controlled crossing that type, I guess, sorry. So this is, again, an acronym, all-way stop control. So this would be like a 4-way stop or a 3-way stop on a T intersection. But this is a 4-way stop, 27th Terrace in Louisiana. This is actually the east leg of this intersection is the driveway from the school. And so criteria for this one for all-way stop control is 10 students per day or greater and 300 vehicles per hour crossing that crosswalk while students are crossing. And so the actual count at this location was 33 students per day and 780 vehicles per hour. So well over both of those thresholds. And again, this was a new location that was requested. There's not currently a guard here, but this one would meet the warrants, and we are recommending placing a new guard at this location. So now we'd look at the uncontrolled crossings. And again, this would be where traffic is free flowing. There's no traffic control to stop the vehicles. And again, that we kind of separated out the raw data here with just the student volumes. And then at an uncontrolled location, you instead of looking at vehicle volume and vehicles per hour, you look at what is defined as a safe gap in traffic. And you determine the safe gap based on the crossing distance. So basically from the edge of pavement to the edge of pavement, how long would you be exposed? And so that distance divided by a walking speed of 3.5 feet per second, and then add 3 seconds to that for, kind of the perceiving the safe gap and starting to cross. And then when we did the counts, then you actually, so you calculate that safe gap. For instance, if the crossing distance is 30 feet, the safe gap would be 12 seconds. And so you actually have a stopwatch with you when you're doing the count, and you start the watch when you have a gap in traffic. And then if you get to 12 seconds, you count that as a safe gap, and then continue until the next vehicle and count the number of gaps per minute. So our uncontrolled crossing example that we wanted to look at was one that we were actually recommending removing because it does not meet the warrant criteria. So this is at Inverness Drive and Wingfoot Court. This is just south of Langston Hughes crossing. It's the crosswalk crosses Inverness and kind of crosses students that are south of Inverness into the school and back. So the criteria for the uncontrolled crossing is 10 students a day or more, and then less than 1 safe gap per minute, or 40 students a day or greater, and 1 to 1.5 safe gaps per minute. And I guess maybe I kind of put these in reverse order. The gaps are more kind of the determining criteria there. You look at the gaps first, and then that determines how many students would be required to meet the warrant. And then once you get above 1.5 safe gaps per minute, then it would not be warranted. And again, this Inverness and Wingfoot Court kind of redefining how you determine the safe gap. You have the 3 seconds to kind of perceive that there's no vehicles coming and then start crossing. And then the crossing distance divided by 3.5 feet per second for walking speed for a student, and rounded up to 12 seconds for the safe gap for this location. And so again, the criteria was kind of, you look at the gaps first. And so this one had greater than 2 safe gaps per minute. And so it would not be warranted based on that. It did have 25 students per day. I think I have that's the end of my slides.
Dustin, will you advance slides for me, please?
Sure. Yep. Just let me know.
For school addresses. And so I'm going to show you an example of what that looked like in the flow, and then talk a little bit about transportation disadvantage before I show you the table. Next slide, Dustin. So here's an example that we did for Quail Run School in the potential crossings for that Inverness Drive crossing. And you'll see here within the boundary, we've taken all of the student home addresses that were provided and routed those along what are the blue lines. So those are the available sidewalks into the school location that you can see as a gray spot towards the center, a little bit lower than the center. And you can see as you get closer to the school, so the model's making assumptions about routing in terms of which alignments students would take based on time to walk and distance, and some of the same weighting that we used for the modeling around reasonable choices. And so it's taking that data, and you can see as the lines get thicker in volume, there's more potential for cross, or potential for flow that we would potential for cross, or potential for flow that we would look at, and potential for crossings. And so we did this for every school, and we were able to then pull a query of the segment volumes to show you in the potential crossings table. Next slide, please. We also had a conversation in June about equity, and like the sidewalk improvement model where we elected to use transportation disadvantaged populations, we've provided you the link there at the bottom has a more extensive detail of the breakdown of these populations, but they include low to moderate income households, minorities, individuals with mobility disabilities, individuals with less than a high school education, single parent households, zero vehicle households, youth under 18, and senior citizens over 65. Minority block groups also. And so this really represents what national literature discusses as typically transportation disadvantaged populations. We then came up with a scoring metric that showed based on the intensity of any particular population within the block group and added those all together. So you can see represented in the darkest color of red, the block group that we anticipate with the highest level of potential transportation disadvantages down to the blue where we say we observe less populations with perceived disadvantages. We then basically took every student address, home address from each of the school data that we did, and we assigned it the score that was received by that block group. We then added those all together and calculated an average block group or an average score for the potential crossers. So only the ones that would have been flowing in through that potential crossing as an average score to kind of give you an assessment to be able to compare apples to apples for the potential crossers of where they would be coming from. We then can take that number and Dustin, if you advance to the next slide, as we look at the columns of data that we provided you in this table. So we talked a little bit about the potential crossings. That number comes from that model segment and what value gets routed there. That assumes all of the students within the boundary are walking and what route and what potential that could possibly have at the peak. Remember, that's a single value that's not doubled for two trips. So it's every student one time that would be by that location. It doesn't account for if they would walk AM and PM. So that's a consideration because it would be higher than that if that was actually doubled. Then we have that average score for transportation disadvantage. So of those potential crossers, what was the block group score that they originated from? And you can see those were all added up and then averaged there. And then for weighting, we basically took the volume of potential crossings and multiplied it by the average transportation score, disadvantaged population score, as a way to weight both volume of potential crossers, but also a consideration for transportation disadvantage. So you can see here how this table is organized and sorted and filtered kind of by that those values, and hopefully that answers and gives you some additional data that you are looking for. As a result of this analysis, we went back and looked at the potential crossing locations and the recommendations from the previous round. And you'll note we added into the policy a new potential for a 1-year pilot and reevaluation, particularly of a location where we felt there was very high potential, and recognizing the fact that as a way to evaluate that in a more formal process. Had other locations rated as highly in terms of potential crossings and with potential or weighted transportation disadvantage, we could have seen other crossings in the future. That wasn't limited. We weren't limiting that necessarily to one as a pilot program. We were more or less saying, let's give it a 1-year chance as a way to advertise it and evaluate it because we perceive it to have such high potential based on the location of the students within that boundary. So that's a new, that in the policy is a new provision that you'll note that really came out of the conversation and feedback we heard from you as part of the last process. If you go to the next slide, Dustin, I can show you graphically on a map then. So on the background of this map is the same transportation disadvantaged rankings. You can see the proposed routes that are on here and whether they're elementary or middle school or both, and then our recommendation in relationship to guards. In terms of equity impact, based on the geographic analysis provided and understanding where the average transportation disadvantaged block group score, we do not believe that there's disproportionate impact to the highest transportation disadvantaged populations. Next slide, Dustin. So at this point, I think between Dave or Dustin or I, we would welcome questions and discussions about the work and any of the new content we provided you.
Questions from commissioners? I'll start out with one. I wasn't able to, I looked at the two tables and in terms of the warranted, not warranted. So the first one, and then at the ranked by transportation disadvantage potential crossings. And I didn't have a chance to like put those together to see if the transportation disadvantage weight changed any decisions from the first one. Do you know if that happened?
The main change that we did, or we are recommending taking the transportation disadvantaged into account that was not reflected in kind of the actual count data of whether or not a guard was warranted, is the Clinton Parkway and Inverness location that, you know, actually scored the lowest on the actual count data, but it was the highest on the taking in the weighted transportation disadvantage score. So that is the one location that we are going to do the pilot, or recommending to do a pilot study on for this upcoming school year. So we would place a guard there and then do the actual counts while school's in session and the guard is in place, and then evaluate the actual counts against the warrant criteria to see if we would keep the guard there. And that, again, that was kind of a coincidence that there was only one location like that. A location that had been requested didn't meet warrants based on the actual data, but was actually the highest ranked location based on the weighted transportation disadvantage score.
And I think that kind of goes to, I believe it was Aaron's comment back in June about, you know, which comes first, safety at a crossing for that potential traffic, or, you know, because if it's not there, you know, the kids are not going to be crossing there, and, you know, until it's safe to do so, to really measure the, you know, the true demand for crossing at that intersection. So I guess that would be an example of one of those that's the case, and that's the intersection with access to 4 schools, and so that makes sense.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. Refresh my memory. What criteria is used for the warrants?
Okay, so we covered that a little bit earlier on my slides. So the criteria is slightly different depending on the type of intersection. A controlled location, be it a signal, two-way stop control, or a pedestrian hybrid beacon. Generally, it's 30 students per day, and then the vehicle volume can come into play. And then uncontrolled, again, students per day is part of the criteria, but then you look at safe gaps in traffic. So again, based on the crossing distance and a walking speed, you calculate what an acceptable gap would be between vehicles to where the student could cross safely.
This is Dave
Commissioner
Cronin.
Bowen. I noticed that one of the columns was labeled average vehicle rate, and my mind immediately went to speed. Could that be changed to average vehicle volume?
Dustin Smith and myself, that's correct. Yes, that's probably a better term. Vehicle volume is a more standard traffic engineering term.
Also, when you're anticipating how long it takes to cross the street, are you doing that based on children who walk across the street or some average conglomerate number?
The 3.5 feet per second is an acceptable value for both young children and older adults. They used to use 4 feet per second, a slightly faster walking speed to calculate these, but that was revised. I don't know how many years ago that not everyone can walk that fast. And so that is a more accepted value for students and older adults.
One more question.
Sure.
Does auto crash data figure into any of this at all? I mean, are some sites, some intersections just flat out more dangerous?
Dustin Smith with MSO. The crash data is not part of the warrant criteria, but I guess crash data is probably something we will be taking into account when we develop our crossing improvement policy that's also in progress.
Pat, this is Steve. A question and then maybe some suggestion of something we could consider here. My question is, if I read the agenda package correctly, was the city's budget for the crossing guards is $106,000 a year. And that's my question, is that correct? And how many crossing guards does that cover? And what would be the cost for a crossing guard? And I'm not, that's my question, but I have a couple of comments after that.
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. That is correct. It's 106,000, and that was currently for 14 school crossing guards, some of which do perform 2 crossings.
And so what is their salary per crossing guard, Brad?
Because of them doing, separate ones, not everyone does just a single crossing. I don't have it broke down to that fine a detail. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fair. Where am I going with this? I think that, for several years now, Aaron and others have made the point when we're looking at data that, yeah, that's accurate, pretty sophisticated look at all of this stuff, but you don't really know what the data would be given circumstances of having a safe crossing guard in a location. And I'm kind of wondering, I really like the idea of reassessing and reevaluating some of these locations. And I know that what I'm going to suggest here is definitely a slippery slope, but would it be possible to have a couple, I don't know if it's 2 or 3 or 5 kind of evaluators over the next year, and perhaps go to Wingfoot and Inverness for a month and have a crossing guard in that location and take counts while school is actually happening and see what the change is, see what the delta is between the data what you've collected so far and what it might be if parents felt safer having their kids go to that location. Granted, that's a slippery slope because you put a crossing guard there and people are going to think, oh, great, we've got a crossing guard. So that's, that's the part of it that I think would be, potentially a negative, but I really think it'd be a good idea to try to collect some data in these areas, particularly where parents are uncomfortable with a current situation and have voice concerns about it. So I'm kind of wondering what others think. And my question about what a crossing guard costs, $106,000 for, if I recall correctly, Brad, 14 people. You could raise your budget a little bit and get a lot more here. But you know, we don't go down the budget road too often with this group. But this might be a time where we ought to think about, gee, what would it be like to have, 28 crossing guards instead of 14? And what would that cost the city, and what would the value for that be?
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. One other thing I'd like to add, we're currently at 11 total crossing guards right now due to people retiring. And we have been, we've been desperately trying to fill those positions for an extended period of time without very much success. So that's been another challenge for staff. And when we're short a parking or a school crossing guard, a parking enforcement officer generally goes and fills that position, which has had a pretty big impact on our public parking operation as well.
Okay, I understand that. I guess I'm throwing out a hypothetical. What does everybody think if we had the ability to do some test runs? Would that be a good idea or not?
Or Buffington MMTC. I'm going to make it more slippery. Okay, so I'm going to join you, Steve, on that slope. I think it would be a great idea, but I think we need to do it both ways. I think we'd need to find a way. And I realize that just a knowledge of what we're doing is going to skew the data somewhat, but be able to have someone there just counting, not a crossing guard at some of these, and then pick another time where you have the crossing guard and count so we know the difference both ways.
Jessica Martin, your transportation planning manager. Some of our new bike ped counters have video counting capabilities that allow us to place them to count and make observations without having a person there.
This is Pat Collette, Chair MMTC. I guess one comment that I'd like to make on Steve's comment is that, in the case of an intersection that hasn't had a school crossing guard, I do think it's hard to know what that potential is. And I think the work that Jessica and her staff did to, help move us towards that potential is really good. But when we look at this list, the majority of the ones that were taking crossing guards away, so they were already there and doing the count. So, in that case, we have the crossing guard there and they didn't meet the warrant. And I don't know what that reason is. I mean, one of the things that was mentioned early on was, changes in boundaries and there could be a lot of factors, and there might, that intersection might have a safe crossing, but there may be another one involved that along the path that they still don't want to have their kids walk to school. So I'm not sure that in a case where there's been a crossing guard that, that we would gain new information that way.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I would say some of these crossing guards have been in place for a long time. And our old policy, there's nothing in there to reevaluate those crossing guards. So once they went in, they've just been in there for a long time, or from whenever they were established. So, an attempt, when we're looking at this, at the numbers, at first it became an exercise just to see which ones met the warrants that we did with the safe routes to school and the planning process. We weren't necessarily trying to reduce the number or increase the number. We just wanted to go back and look at all the crossings to see what it, looked like today or when we did this in 2019. if it met the warrants. And then once we looked at the data and kind of, at first it was a little startling that so many didn't meet the warrants. And then we, started having the conversation, well, let's be a little flexible. And so that's when we, discussed adding that 80% criteria to go back and reevaluate. So those are the situations where, even though it didn't meet the warrants, if we were evaluating a new crossing and it didn't meet the warrants, we would say it didn't meet the warrants, and we'd move on. But we wanted to have some flexibility in those ones that didn't meet the warrants. And so that's where we came up with that 80% number. So that's one of the, in addition to the potential crossings, that's one of the things that we felt was important, because I think it will be very difficult to have that conversation on removing crossing guards that have been there for a long time. But at the end of the day, we want to prioritize our resources where they're most needed. And that's why we're really trying to point towards the data on and the warrants on the most need, because the crossing guards are a limited resource. So as Brad mentioned, the 14 people is $106,000, and we have about 23 crossings today. Well, there's hundreds and hundreds of crossings in the city.
721 crossings just on safe routes to school routes where the route crosses another street.
Thanks, Jessica. So this is a very small percentage of all of the potential crossings, and it's a very high cost. So it's, we're not trying to fit a budget with this. We're trying to let the criteria drive the budget or drive the cost for the crossing guards. So I know that's has been a topic, and of a concern too, and Brad has a budget for the crossing guards, but we want to see what the need is, and we could potentially identify more crossings here coming up in the future, based off potential or based off of requests and evaluation that that would increase the number of crossing guards that we need. So I think when we've looked at this, and overall there is a reduction. So I know that in crossing guards, so I know that's going to get pointed out. But really, I think going forward, we'll have some flexibility to prioritize based off of the need, and there could be some more that we can do with the model in the future to look at some of the potential crossing areas. So I just wanted to add that as a note, because I think that's the one big thing that was never in the original school crossing policy was a reevaluation technique. So that's one of the things that we're trying to add, what we're proposing to add with this policy.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. David is on the right track, I think, by looking at the data and seeing if it makes sense. We can get so wound up in the data, we forget why we collected it. You cannot rely on data alone. It has to be in context, it has to be analyzed, it has to be explained. My dilemma is every child is important. If there's one child that needs to get across the street safely, how do we do it if we can't afford a crossing guard? Maybe another program, I don't know, something.
Erin Payton, MTC. I just wanted to say I really appreciate being able to look at that data, and I think it really got to sort of all of my questions. So I'm really happy with that. So thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I really appreciate the work that you put into, the transportation disadvantage. Those were specific requests in terms of equity, and then also the rank order that made it easier to look at those intersections and be able to kind of know. And I think, adding in those steps really helped me understand, my concern in the past was, I felt like a little bit of a black box, I couldn't quite get my head around the gaps and the number of vehicles and what that really all meant for, for crossings, and short of just, local knowledge of intersections and watching what happens at those intersections. It's, just more of an intuitive guess. But I think Dave's comment about, this opens up the possibility to, use these criteria with transportation disadvantaged and the 80% warrant that they're, and a procedure in the policy to go before the, Safe Routes to School committee and, to make requests and or to go through that process. And that may very well identify some intersections that are of great need and then just haven't, it hadn't been reevaluated. So there wasn't an opportunity to do that. So, I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. It may still require some tweaking at some point, you put it in place for a year and see how the requests go and how that works with reevaluation. And, we may see some other policy recommendations that we might want to make, but I think this is really a good step in the right direction.
You guys have obviously been dealing with this for some time, so forgive me a couple of noob questions, and maybe not having seen this before helps a little bit. On analyzing the disadvantaged crossings, for staff, did you feel like you had, enough ability to analyze that? Are you comfortable with that? Because I am really concerned about the equity issue. So I think the questions I'd have, are you comfortable with what you got? Did you feel like you needed to do more, or did you feel like you got what you needed to make those weights? And two, just this is crazy new question. So the city pays for this. Is there any reason why another entity couldn't pay for a crossing guard also? Another public entity, say like a school district?
So Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. So our transportation disadvantaged equity analysis, we first did this in the last year-ish when we were talking about evaluating equity in terms of distribution of transportation resources for sidewalk improvement. And so it's a newer analysis that we've begun to start looking at that goes beyond some of what the Metropolitan Planning Organization analysis has looked at in regards to just environmental justice, which is a more federally required equity criteria, which considers only low to moderate income and minority populations. So when we were doing the other round of evaluation, we built this transportation disadvantaged analysis as a way to evaluate all the populations in our community that we believe could have perceived transportation disadvantages based off of a lot of national literature and best practices we've seen. We had that conversation locally, is do these block groups, right? Because this is census data, really represent the locations in our community where we think, one, but then also where we, maybe like we're starting to make assumptions about what that means in terms of what people have access to. And so we're just starting to use that. So I think we feel moderately comfortable with that. We also have just recently partnered with Just Food to understand their client information, and we're able to spatially geolocate that data set and compare it to our transportation disadvantage data set. And while that represents one local consumer client base, that represents probably one group of this transportation disadvantaged population, we found a lot of correlation that make us feel very comfortable about the fact that we are identifying the correct block groups in our community to start this work. And I think we're going to see more of this type of analysis, looking at it based on block groups in terms of like when we do the pedestrian plan and understanding disparity. So I think it's the step in the right direction. Does that mean in the future that we couldn't tweak the weighting or tweak how we understand it? I think we're going to need to continue to evolve all of our processes in regard to that. As far as funding the program goes, in our Safe Routes to School planning process that we finished in the development of that Safe Routes to School plan, we did hear from the community about crossings. I mean, we heard everything from parents from, we want a crossing guard at every intersection along 27th Street, spread across the district. And as we talk about routes, when I say that 721 number, it's really because those are only the places where it crosses on a safe route. And the reality in a program like Safe Routes is adult crossing guards are one of many potential solutions that you can use to address student crossing safety. There are things as student safety patrols, there's volunteer crossing guards. There were many school districts who had staff at the school do crossings that were close to the school building. We evaluated in the process and asked and had some conversation about even working with the school to find staff on site who could fill in when there are vacancies of guards, or a volunteer runs additional crossings, like when the warrants criteria isn't met, but there's still a crossing guard desired, could a volunteer program help fill that in? I think the nature of Brad's hiring challenges speak to the maybe feasibility of some of that, but there are other things like walking school bus programs. If you want a crossing guard at every crossing along a route, what's better than getting a group of kids together and finding some parents to lead a walking school bus into schools? And I think there has to be some other creative solutions to that. We also, Dustin has mentioned it in previous conversations, there are some of these locations where we have built a built environment improvement like a hawk or like a rapid flashing beacon, that to alert traffic, and we left the guard in place because we didn't go back and evaluate the guard warrants, where the beacon is going to be there 24/7. The crossing guards are only there, they're there a very limited amount of time when kids and all kinds of community members are walking and biking on our streets all the time. So some of these solutions may be more appropriate to protect and create safer street environments year round, as opposed to just when maybe a school crossing guard will be there. What if a kid stays late to play? There's a lot of situations where a school crossing guard is a nice idea, but it's not maybe solving the actual challenge as it exists in the transportation needs in our community. Hopefully that answered your questions, Court. We've done a lot of work on this.
And a whole lot more, but thank you. That was all extremely good. Yeah, mostly what I was wanting to know is, are you comfortable that to the extent possible, you were able to analyze the data that you could get, and that was included in the process, as that this is a big concern? And I think I heard yes, but there's more that you're going to do and it will evolve.
This is Pat Collette, Chair of MMTC. I think, Jessica, you just mentioned the other devices, and that's been added to the policy as far as looking at flashing beacons and hybrid beacons and rectangular rapid flashing beacons. What would be the process of getting those at intersections that maybe, or would that be something that would happen where it didn't quite meet the warrant, but it was perceived as a safety issue that those could be put in, and what procedure would that take?
Dave, you want to answer that?
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. So the policy would address the criteria for those devices. And the Safe Routes to School working group would receive requests and look at the criteria for those improvements and make a recommendation.
I didn't see the criteria in the policy, but I assume that there were some criteria for those various devices in terms of what could be considered.
Yeah, well, sorry, Dave Cronin, the engineer. Yeah, step back for rectangular rapid flashing beacons. I don't know if we've established any criteria for pedestrian hybrid beacons. There is criteria in the MUTCD. So, Dustin mentioned having, we talked about this, I think towards the end of last year, just crossing improvements in general, having some criteria and thresholds for applying devices. So I think there could be more to come just in the use of those traffic control devices, not just in relation to the school policy. But yeah, so there are criteria for those in pedestrian hybrid beacons in the MUTCD, which is the manual on uniform traffic control devices, which is a standard that we follow.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions from commissioners? If not,
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. David, I have some more questions. When I was reading the document, I thought, wait a minute, I thought we were just talking about school crossing guards. And then I saw there's all kinds of stuff going on. And there seemed to be more than one or two policies going on at the same time. And it was hard to keep track of which one was what. So I would like it to be defined a little bit. If there's a traffic control policy, does crossing guard policy fit under that? Where does safe routes to school fit into that? I was having trouble with the organization of it. And I heard you use the word infrastructure, but I think you were referring to beacons and stop signs and such. What about intersection design?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. So on your first question, Carol, so and I attempted at the beginning of the presentation to kind of give an overview of the policy, the policy, but we previously had the school crossing control policy that included traffic control devices, marked crosswalks, reduced school zones, and adult crossing criteria, and we've expanded on that and created the school area traffic control policy, which includes the school crossing policy and more. So that original policy would be replaced with this overarching traffic control policy, which includes everything. It includes the adult crossing guards, includes the revised adult crossing guard criteria that we have talked about tonight. It includes the Safe Routes to School working group. It includes a little section on how we receive requests, and that those would be done in conjunction and reviewed with the school district and or site council with the school. So it's, all of that is included in this policy. So it's kind of wrapping everything around school area traffic control into one document. And it's, we've been working on it, quite frankly, for at least 4 years. And as we, recently completed the Safe Route to School plan, that plan ties into this document. So we've been revising this policy 4 years as we've continued to have new devices, the RFB, as we adopted the Safe Routes to School plan that had the maps. So I think we're to the point where I think we have a great policy, and obviously this is something that we will continue to reevaluate, and we can it's nothing set in stone that we can't come back and make changes in the future. So we want to I think we have something that we want to move forward with now, and then we can keep looking to improve or revise it in the future, as we've done in draft form in the last few years. So
I think it's a very comprehensive policy, and I think you did some great work on it. My only comment is I think the word policy is used too much. If the overall policy is a policy, how about guidelines or criteria or something for some of those subtopics?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. While the document is a policy, it is, you know, a lot of the warrants in here are based off of criteria and standards. But overall, you know, I think a policy is appropriate for this. We're going to adopt the policy and have it approved by the city commission, and this is the criteria that we would follow, and the criteria in the process that we would follow for requests.
And I think that, you know, we've been working on it for a while, and I think the concern is, you know, we want to get this in place in time for the new school year. And so time is of the essence. And like Dave said, we can revisit this in the future, see how, you know, because, well, we will, because some of the, you know, some of the intersections are being, you know, piloted and reevaluated. So there will be some opportunity to come back to this question. But and I think, Carol, you also mentioned the intersection safety, and I see that as a separate policy discussion from the school area policy. So that, you know, in our next study session in September, we'll be focused on some of those issues. So
I keep getting the impression I'm being misunderstood. All I'm suggesting is that we have an outline that works.
okay, other comments, or are we ready to?
Sorry, one more. Nick
Okay.
Kuzmiak, MMTC. First of all, I know it's been said already, but I feel like it bears repeating. This is really good data analysis. I feel like I think what I was worried about last time is that we didn't necessarily have a firm footing to stand on if questioned, like why here, why not here, why did we lose our crossing guard? But I feel like what's been done is a really solid explanation, and it's posted online publicly, which is pretty cool. And I mean, this seems like an analysis and a conclusion that hopefully the whole commission and staff can really feel good about. And hopefully if people didn't get their way at their crossing of choice, hopefully they can at least look back at the data and the analysis and see exactly why, and that there's another chance in a year, right? So I'm basically ready to make a motion to approve, but the one caveat I do want to add, and I know I'm beating a dead horse here, is that the school district really needs to step up and kind of pull their weight. I realize that they're kind of chronically underfunded, they can't pay their teachers enough, can't afford school buses, blah, blah, blah. But that does not preclude having a volunteer AAA-led junior patrol program. So I feel like it's really important that we do eventually put some pressure on the school board to pull their weight. I realize now is not that time, but I just kind of want to keep it on everybody's mind here that perhaps some kind of letter from the MMTC could be maybe in the near future if we can.
Thank you, Nick. So is that a motion to approve?
It wasn't a very good one. I just said it was
with
going
that
to, so I'll do it
caveat.
right now. So Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I would motion that we approve as is the school area traffic control policy to the city commission.
Thank you.
Court Buffington, second.
Thank you. Can we take the roll for approval?
Gregory Critchlow.
Approve.
Okay. Court Buffington,
Yes.
Steve Evans,
Yes.
Carol Bowen,
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak moved, Tom Allen,
Yes.
Aaron Hayden,
Yes.
and Patricia Collette.
Yes.
Motion is carried by a vote of 8. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Consider appointing a designee and an alternate to the Lawrence Pedestrian Plan Steering Committee. Dave, did you want to?
I can
address
say
this,
something.
Or Jessica, yeah.
Yeah,
that'd be
Jessica
great.
Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. The Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Organization Policy Board has established a Lawrence Pedestrian Plan Update Steering Committee, and they are inviting the Multimodal Transportation Commission to appoint a liaison to serve in that role to update the Lawrence portion of the countywide regional pedestrian plan. And we envision that process to be 4 to 6 months. In that update, we're going to work to develop a scope of work with that committee. We anticipate the first meeting will probably be in September, and we'll kind of dictate based on the scope of the work, the timing, and the function of that planning process. Recognizing the work I think that you all have identified in terms of crossing standards and identifying prioritized locations to evaluate for future crossing improvements, thinking about gaps in our networks. We've done a lot around safe routes to school and arterials and collectors, thinking about access to food, access to transit, access to parks in terms of networks and what that means, thinking about transportation disadvantaged equity and what that means to block groups and the volume and quantity of sidewalk network that's accessible for transportation choices. Those are just some of the things that we're aware of that we know we want to address in this process. And so we're looking for, I can answer any other questions you might have, but we're looking for a Multimodal Transportation Commission representative to serve in that role.
A representative and an alternate, correct?
Correct. That's traditionally how we've done it, because in case, we meet at varying times based on, the majority of the population of the representatives. And so if somebody can't attend, it's helpful to have a backup to make sure that you're represented throughout the process.
And what do you anticipate as far as number of times a month? Will it be once a month, or do you have an idea of time commitment, I guess?
Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager, probably no more than twice a month. Throughout that process, I really see, you can see based on the roster, we have a kind of a staff guiding committee, because there's going to be a lot of interdepartmental participation, I think, in this process. And so that group would really help us vet a lot of the stuff and respond to the concerns and issues that get addressed with the steering committee and through the public process. And so I don't know what will mean right now. It probably really depends on workload in terms of nailing and hammering down that scope a little more. Probably no more than twice a month, unless there was some special committee assignments we had or something. I think back to like Ped Issues Task Force or something. I think we're gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Do we have some volunteers for that representation? We'll start first with the representative and then second for the alternate. It's awfully quiet.
Kuzmiak, MMTC. So as much as I would love to be on the steering committee, and it's very much of interest to me, I'm just not sure I really have the time right now to devote to another thing. I'm already on PTech. I could probably pick up as an alternate. I would approach it with the same passion as I would be a main event, but unfortunately, I'm a little bit overbooked for my stage in life right now. So
yeah, well, I think we have several members who are involved in other subcommittees, and so it'd be good if one of you who haven't been on a committee and would be willing to volunteer for that. Would the meetings, do you think, Jessica, would the meetings primarily be in the evening, or you don't know that yet either?
Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. When we do these steering committees, we poll all the membership for available meeting times and dates, and we would meet when the most people are available. Considering that a majority or almost all of the positions of representation are going to be community liaisons who we anticipate have working positions, I would anticipate we would meet when people are available, which most likely would be in the evenings.
Okay.
It's hard to say though. I think it really depends.
This is Steve. I usually make this comment at this time when we're looking for a volunteer, but I will say that this is a great way to get acclimated to how all this stuff works and meet a lot of people, ask a lot of questions. And I really would encourage some of the newer folks on our board to consider this. Not that we're going to pick on you because none of us want to do it or have the time, but I'd encourage you to think about it seriously, because it's really a good way to meet a lot of people and to look at the interdepartmental aspects of what we're doing. It's a really good quick fix on what these boards are all about. So I don't think you need to be, a 5-year veteran of the board to do stuff like this. In some cases, I think it'd probably be better to have some fresh ideas and newness to it. So with that,
we have some relatively new members. Do you have any volunteers from? Yeah, I think the other point, to add on to Steve's is that, a lot of the pedestrian plan is, really the things that come up in that are very closely related to the work of MMTC, and that knowledge and working with those other groups can really help you with decision making on this commission.
well, another approach would be to not have a leader and a co-leader, would be to have 2 co-leaders. And, because a lot of this comes down to time and availability. And, that would be something that I think would work just fine. To have somebody go to half the meetings and someone else to go to the other half. And you might want to talk every once in a while. But that's a way to cut the time in half, if that's an approach that's acceptable to staff and everybody. I think it would be.
Yeah, Jessica Martin, your transportation planning manager. I think that's acceptable. I mean, the key thing for us is we want to make sure we have your involvement. You play a large role and you're the official advisory committee to the city commission on behalf of multimodal transportation issues. And all of these plans and processes, the outcome of them, both all the public comment, but also the reality of all the recommendations in these plans come to you in the future for implementation. So having involvement in these processes and understanding the thought and the care and the process that goes behind some of the recommendations and decision makings really helps, I think, you advocate for the community's vision when it comes to making implementation recommendations. Okay, I'm starting to feel like the kid picked last in kickball. Nobody wants to participate.
Okay, Court Buffington, MMTC. This is my first meeting doing this. I need a couple of months to figure out what the time commitment is before I do something else.
No, Court. I was elected chair on my first meeting. So you can go to this. You can volunteer for the pedestrian plan, really.
Gregory Critchlow with MMTC. I would volunteer and just understand what would the commitment be to be involved. Because I think it's really important to look at these issues and have a voice and see what the overriding policy is. Because living in different cities right now, everything is really interesting in terms of comparison between the two and where the priorities are, and based on constituent basis. So I can put my name in for volunteering and just understand what that commitment would be.
Right. Thank you, Gregory. Now, what about a co-leader? Court, would you be willing to serve as a co-leader and you could tag team?
I seriously will have to look more at what the commitment's going to be first. I'm stretched pretty thin already doing this.
What about you, Tom? A possibility for you?
I think I'll decline at this moment, but
Dude, if you need, thank you, Mick, and then MTC. I mean, to be honest, I really do want to, and I feel like I can make it work. It's one of those things where I could be the lead point of contact, but might have to back out depending on how things go. So since I don't want to have you change course halfway through, yeah, I can be the co-representative, I guess.
Right. I mean, it's something I'm really interested in too. And I told Dave if we didn't get a volunteer, I would do it. But I really would like, other members of the commission to, to have the opportunity to participate in those as well. So it sounds like we get Gregory as the designee and Nick as the co-leader or alternate. That sounds great. Thank you very much. And just, I guess, just know if you need a backup, that I would be willing to attend a meeting that one of you would not be able to attend. So, I mean, it's probably not the best to have 3 people rotating in and out just for continuity, but just to take notes and be able to do that. So, all right, great. Thank you very much.
Pat, I think we're looking. We're looking for an action.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
please.
okay.
And secondly, Jessica Martin, your transportation planning manager, we would accept its participation. I think we understand everybody has really challenging time commitments and trading off. I mean, at least to have somebody there from that perspective still brings a lot of value to the process. So we would welcome, and we can work with Gregory and Nick to find out if, when we track attendance, if they're not planning to be there, to notify you. We can work to do that.
Okay, great. So I'd entertain a motion for Gregory as the designee and Nick as the alternate to the Lawrence Pedestrian Plan Steering Committee.
Bert Buffington, I so move.
Okay. Is there a second? Aaron seconded. All right, let's call the roll for approval for the vote.
Okay, hold on. Hayden seconded. Okay. Gregory Critchlow.
Yes.
Yes. And Steve Evans.
Yes.
Carol Bowen.
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak.
Yes.
Thomas Allen.
yes.
Aaron Hayden.
Yes.
And Patricia Collette.
Yes.
Motion is carried. 8 affirmative.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Jessica. Okay, moving on to staff items, the countywide bike plan.
Yeah, Jessica Martin, your transportation planning manager. We had brought to you before as a staff item, the countywide bike plan has now completed its public comment period, and it was approved by the MPO policy board. It will be going to the city commission only as an item that they receive at a future meeting. And so we wanted to also share it with you. Pertains to unincorporated Douglas County, Eudora, Baldwin City, and Lecompton in terms of coordinating bike network that coordinates with the Lawrence Bikes plan. So that's out posted online. The plan does provide recommendations for routes for the US Bike Network and the American Discovery Trail that do connect through Lawrence, but they're the inter-county kind of connections of the bike network that I know you all have mentioned and been interested in before. I know we heard a comment about that in relation to the Lawrence Bike Plan development. So that's included in this plan, and we wanted to share it for your information. Also, I guess I can go on to number 2 unless anybody has any other questions. The Lawrence Douglas County Regional Transit Intelligent Transportation System, ITS architecture plan has also been approved by the MPO policy board at their July 15th meeting. And this is a plan that shows conceptual level programs and projects that are related to the technology components of Transportation. And so you can view that sign. That plan will also be going to the City Commission for them to receive. It's a regionally required plan. Anything that is considered under the ITS umbrella is required to be consistent with this plan in terms of technology to be eligible for federal funding. And so the MPO maintains this plan to keep eligibility for funding of technology-based transportation solutions.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. Moving on to commission items. So first, the PTAC update. When they report on PTAC.
USMAC, MMTC, also PTAC. Well, let's see, is Adam still on? Maybe it'd make more sense to give this update. Just make sure I don't miss anything. Sorry, Adam.
Just talk about your responsibilities, Nick. No, I'll just give just a couple things from transit. We are in the middle of a lot of bus stop improvements that you folks have probably seen around town. We're doing 19 stops through this set of city improvements, although we're also coordinating with a number of other projects to get close to 30 bus stops improved by the end of this summer. So really looking forward to all of those new amenities going in. And electric bus project is top of mind. We continue to work through that. So we'll have 5 buses arriving next year, 2 additional the year after that. So that's an ongoing project. And then the only other one I would mention is mobile fare payment, where we thought we were close a month ago and have hit just a few snags getting the contract finalized. But we should, in short order, have the ability for people to purchase bus fare on their phones and use digital fares. So in addition to the paper fares that already exist, but one other way we hope to make it a little easier for folks to access the bus. I'll ask Nick now if I missed anything.
I think that's it. There's the transit grant program, route redesign study still ongoing. Yeah, that's all I can think of.
So I will touch on, I don't want to dominate time here, I know we're late, but the grants is an important one that I missed. So we submitted a host of grants, Access, Innovation, and Collaboration grant program through the state. And we do expect to hear back, they said in August. We don't know when in August, but there were quite a few different technology grants that we submitted, some bus stop amenities, potential for some help for the transit project that we discussed earlier this evening. So we'll see if we're able to access some funds through the state. We're hopeful that we're able to get some of that, but should hopefully know in 2 or 3 weeks maybe.
Great. All right. Any other commission items? Anything that anyone would like to bring up?
Carol Bowen, the route redesign for buses. We spent a couple of hours looking at routes, trying to figure out what was most effective and how we could improve them. We looked at them using different data and we looked at them on the map. Some routes just are not used very much. Others are used quite a bit. That's it.
Thank you. Other commission items.
USMAC, MMTC, I got a few. I'll try to run them quick. I know it's late. All right, the first one, in my ventures on the Nextdoor app, I came across a really interesting conversation that brought up a lot I'd never heard of before. There is an ordinance in Lawrence that if you are parking a vehicle on the street on a public right of way, it cannot stay there for longer than 48 hours. So I guess there was some kind of neighborhood passive aggressive tussle over this, but I don't really care about that. I just had to look up the law because I never heard of that. As far as I know, over here in East Lawrence, some cars that are pretty much a part of the public right of way at this point. So it seems to be enforced pretty differentially across the city. But I guess I'm kind of wondering why it even exists in the first place. I never heard of it. I don't know if it's one of those things to just discourage people becoming amateur mechanics on the street. It sounds more like something you'd see in an HOA or in a subdivision. So it's weird to have that citywide, I think. And it also is kind of, it's not great for things like infill development. If we want people to be able to live car free or car light, or for infill development on small lots to be, with pretty minimal off-street parking, you're probably going to need on-street parking. And some people do have cars on the street and they may not take them to work all the time. So the fact that just a regular lifestyle where you have a car and use it still may not be enough to technically be on the right side of the law, it's kind of crazy. So I feel like it maybe deserves a closer look. And Pat, if it's possible, it'd be kind of interesting to maybe get staff to look into this and have this as a future agenda item. Not super urgent, because clearly it's been around for years and I've never heard of it. But it'd be nice to kind of dig into this a little bit and see if there's something that we can do. Just one more incremental improvement to encourage more infill development, I think.
I think the reason for it was to avoid junk cars sitting on the street indefinitely, and and I think it's enforced by complaint. So someone may be there, but as long as a complaint isn't lodged, it can stay there. But you just have to move it like a foot or half a foot or something, every 48 hours, and it still qualifies. But that's always been my understanding. It was so that abandoned cars didn't end up on the street and with no recourse.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to bring up, so a couple of months ago, I want to say May, perhaps, and Jessica, you're going to know more about this, obviously, so feel free to take over whenever. There was mention of an MPO, Transportation and Land Use Best Practices Steering Committee. That was going to pull from a couple different commissions, namely us, Planning Commission, possibly PTAC, I forget who else, maybe Sustainability Advisory Board. But at the most recent MPO Technical Advisory Committee meeting, that was basically decided that was going to be kept in-house with TAC. I expressed some concerns that we struggle in MMTC often to know how early do we want to get involved, right? How early is too early? How much in the weeds do we want to get? And I do feel that's kind of an internal struggle here. But I think having the same people involved that make all the normal ordinance and policy decisions at the staff level as the same group who's also going to do this kind of cutting edge future cross-cutting research seems to me like trying to make a truck out of a car, right? Like, I'm not entirely sure this is the vehicle to run this new vanguard of research. So just my personal concern, but Jessica, I have a feeling there's probably a really good reason for why this happened, and I would appreciate your side of the story as well.
Sure, Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. So we discussed all of the list of research kind of with our internal staff work team in terms of our management, but also some of our stakeholders who would be involved in this process. And since we really started that process and had that original conversation between Planning Commission, it's looking more and more likely through the city CIP process for capital improvement planning that there is a proposed project that would update the Lawrence Development Code. And if that happens, there's some concern about engaging in our process and having any sort of public process that would be confused with being that process, which is actually a change and update as opposed to just some background research that would make recommendations about strategies that could be implemented to implement the comprehensive plan. Because one would just be presenting some research of some strategies on both ends of the spectrum versus actually going through a public process with a plan update. And so that's probably the largest driver of having a concern about having two processes that could potentially overlap and be confusing in a way to the community. There's also some concern just about MPO staff workload in managing that after recognizing some other things that we have going on in our process, including the recruitment of a new staff person that's being also proposed in the budget of a mobility planner. It would expand the Transportation Planning Division staff by 1 member, but that person would be doing work around paratransit and accessible trip making for seniors and senior resources through a KDOT grant fund for mobility, but that will all be supervised out of our office. So there's just some concern about changing priorities and workload, recognizing also this conflict with the possible consideration of a development code update, which would actually be the community conversation that gets those things updated. So instead of just identifying work to do, actually doing it, we really wanted to be thoughtful to that. And so we've decided to go in this way. Nick, as I mentioned in our conversation also, the Technical Advisory Committee is a public committee. And so people are willing or are able to attend or submit comments on anything that's presented on agenda items or non-agenda items. And we will be thoughtful about that and welcome your comments, even if they're after the fact, as we go through this process of doing research white papers on some of these topics that we hope can present some background information about some direction that we believe our plan and previous comments from boards and committees that advise on these issues to help feed into some of those decisions. I just think the opportunity to have that development code update is going to be a bigger win in the long run for some policy things where it will maybe shadow some of the process that we were originally going to do.
Thank you for the explanation. I think that, that is reasonable. Like, obviously, it's not exactly how I would like things to go, but I'm just one person, and there are the extenuating circumstances of the code rewrite. So, yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. Sorry, guys. Very final item, I promise. So I've been tossing around the idea of, so we got the transit center downtown. It's gonna start to chip away a little bit at the car dominance that we see in a place that really shouldn't be that car dominant, given the fact that a lot of pedestrians are there in downtown. The hypothetical idea has been tossed around of, what if we just closed down the entire street and made a transit plaza? Obviously, that's not something I want to derail the actual project right now to do, but I think it's come up in the past too about the block outside the library as well. Like, clearly that is a public space. There's a lot of folks on foot. And there is car traffic, but not to the extent of, say, 6th Street. So it's not like you're taking that on a US marked highway, right? So, obviously it's pie in the sky. I think it was Steve who was saying, people maybe aren't ready for that conversation yet, but we haven't even really had the conversation. I think it'd be interesting to at least broach the topic, possibly as a study session. Perhaps that's the most appropriate venue to just kind of see, maybe hear from Downtown Lawrence Incorporated and have MSO kind of share their thoughts on why yes, why no, how you would choose it, what metrics you would look at. I think it'd be nice to at least start the conversation. I mean, our downtown master plan has pointed to things like a permanent farmers market, a outdoor gathering place, safer pedestrian infrastructure. So I feel like we'd be kind of derelict in our duties as MMTC if we didn't at least look into it. So anyway, that's just another to-do list item for you. So, all right, that's it. Thanks, everybody.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I think you're right, Nick. We need to start doing more of the planning, getting involved with the planning, because the transportation technically isn't planned, it just happens. And we can do that, but we've got to come up with the ideas. I also have on my list that we need to start developing policy for retrofitting into our old neighborhoods. We bring this up at every one of our retreats, and then we kick the can to the next retreat. And we do not address policy, and we need to, because what happens now is we're told we can't do anything. We want to do something, we can't do it because it doesn't fit our guidelines or it doesn't fit our ordinances or whatever. We need to be making recommendations to the city if something needs to be changed, so that we can help our older neighborhoods, our existing structures better. And I just kind of did a random list. We could redesign existing parking lots. I know we can't do it now, but that doesn't mean we can't do it in the future. We need to change street access to businesses. We need roads that do not disrupt neighborhoods. We cannot put suburban roads into old neighborhoods. It doesn't work. We need to be more pedestrian and cycle friendly, and we need more light and speed restrictions. And that's just a brainstorming list, but we need to start pushing on these things. We need to keep moving forward before we get stuck in a rut.
Excuse me, MMTC. Carol, if I may, it sounds like, and I mean, I may be reading in between the lines here, that something like maybe a NACTO green book. Wait, is the green book? NACTO something. They have a really interesting street guide and public spaces guide that I feel like, I mean, when you choose ordinances, you can kind of choose which standards organization you want to conform to, right? I mean, to a certain extent. And NACTO is one of them. And I know MPO and MSO do have access to their resource. So I feel like it'd be really interesting to kind of look into what are the other options. We know what the current paradigm is, which is cars, cars, cars. But how would you do it if you were to kind of start from scratch? How would if you were an ACTO engineer, kind of approach an actual thriving city that has true multimodal transportation. I don't think that they're there yet, but I do think a lot of the answers could be in the NACTO design guidelines. So perhaps that's kind of an explicit way to start a study session off, like what's in NACTO.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. A lot of thoughts here on a lot of different things. On the NACTO, we're familiar with the NACTO design guide. There's there's an urban design guide, and I think the other one's bike ped. There might be a transit one as well. So we have those, and those are all also in our approved design criteria to be used, and we've used them before and on projects. So we do reference that from time to time. So there's no like standalone design guide. There's all kinds of different design guides, so that is one of the ones that we do use, and it is in our approved design criteria to use. And on that note, we'd be happy to provide an overview of NACTO or any other design guide and criteria on a future study session topic. So, and Commissioner Kuzmiak, in response to your thought about downtown and closing a street, assuming that you meant permanently, I don't know. I haven't seen, I guess, the final revised downtown master plan. I know that conversation's come up several times in the planning process with that plan. And so I think it would be tough for us to start looking at that outside of the work that's already gone on with that plan specific to downtown, because I know there's been a lot of conversations around that idea downtown.
That's fine. I can understand that. I mean, I think it would definitely be premature to do it before the final downtown master plan is done. But maybe in a few months, once that is, I don't know if ratified is the right word, but once City Commission finally approves it.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the calendar for next month, 2021 calendar.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. So next month, the meeting is Wednesday, September the 1st. Due to Labor Day and calendars with the commission room, that was the only day we could find other than a Monday. So it's Wednesday the 1st. On the study session, we were going to have a discussion on crossing improvements. And so maybe we could touch a little on some design criteria with that discussion, study session. And that may also be a good opportunity to get some thoughts and feedback headed into the pedestrian plan update that may tie into things such as priority locations for crossings. And so that might be a good intro to talk about before we dive into the pedestrian plan. So we have that as a study session item. And the only item that we have so far for the regular meeting is to bring back the 2022-2026 bike ped funding plan. So that plan was approved a couple of months ago by the MMTC and went to the City Commission. The City Commission deferred action on it, and we brought it back and recommended that it come back to the MMTC due to one of the projects that was on the funding plan. So in 2022, we had recommended project to add sidewalk on the west side of Massachusetts from 21st to 23rd Street. Recently, with the recommended capital improvement plan, there's a proposed project in that plan for multimodal improvements on Mass Street from 14th to 23rd Street. So we staff entered that project into the capital improvement plan, I think for 2023 for design or study, and then 2024 for construction. So that could potentially conflict with the planned project that we had in this bike ped plan for 2022 on that sidewalk on Mass Street. So we're recommending to bring back a revised plan for the MMTC to consider approving that would then go to the city commission. And so that is planned for next month's meeting. And that's all that we have so far. I guess I would stand for any questions on the calendar.
Any questions? If not, we can entertain a motion to adjourn.
Kuzmiak, MMTC, a motion that we adjourn our monthly meeting.
I second the motion.
Okay, Carol seconds. Can we just raise our hands for approval?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. I know this was a long night, but I hope we got a lot of good work done. So thank you very much.
Thanks.